to get yourself a whole metre, add 2 units to your order. If you want to get 1.5 metres, add 3 units to your order. It comes in half-metre increments. Just so you know, though, there are now just over 5 metres of this one left. That will sell out today, which will mean that we're not able to make the mega bundle again. I think a wrap dress or a blouse, oh, it would look beautiful. It's quilting weight cotton, so just be aware with your pattern if you are dressmaking to check that it's suitable. It is gorgeous. Even just if you're thinking, love it, don't know if I'd wear it or have it in my home, what about lovely little toiletry bags? What about doing, like, you know, storage caddies for your workroom? It's lovely. Right, that one is literally about to sell out any second now. If you've got it in your basket, that is super, super, super limited. It also comes with the blue colorway. That's got the turquoise background. This has got the darker background. Yeah, there's literally 2 metres left. Should we go on to the blue? So that one was called Aqua. This one is called... I think this is the only other Strawberry Thief, if I'm not mistaken. So it ends in 43. It's UV 43. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, I love it. Oh, not available by the half metre. Sorry, not available. If you want that Strawberry Thief, grab the pink colourway before that sells out. Now, where do we go next? You tell me in terms of stock availability or most popular on pre-order so we don't have people missing out. Oh, I don't know how to do that because I've turned them all over. You show me the picture, yeah. Half the stock has already gone. Of 1 second, let's see if we can find it. Darker blue. It is. I'm just seeing if I can find it on here. Is that it? Thank you. Here we go. So this has got the purple background. Half the stock's already gone of Bluebell. I'm just looking. Does Bluebell come in any other colourways? It comes in. Is it that one? No, slightly different, but same kind of shapes. I don't think you've got anything else in this. Is it this? No, different one. This actually sold out very, very quickly when we had it the first time, and you can see why. How amazing would this be as a border print as well? £8.49 half metre. A long wall hanging, just quilted, would look beautiful. This one, I always think when you're talking about the cave colourways, the blues are always the fastest to sell. I personally love the clashes between the oranges and the pinks and the real bright, iconic cave colours. But in terms of suitability for your home or ones that you think people are going to love if you're gifting, can you see like butterfly shapes almost in this? I'd never noticed that before. Just looking at it then, I thought, oh my gosh, they look like butterfly wings. Can you see? That's lovely, isn't it? If you want to fussy cut these, they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. You've got so many different shapes to work with. Let me hold it up again. It's 112 wide. So if you're multi-buying on it, oh yeah, look from a distance. They do look like butterflies. See, just when Kaffe reimagines colours, you know, and starts doing these different colours, you just start to see different patterns pop, don't you? Oh, I love that. One of the most popular of the whole show. There is now another, well, so many of you there. If you're buying multiple units, if you definitely know that you want, for example, 2 metres of a certain one, get on pre-order if you can. Should we throw in a treat? Yeah? Yes. Okay, for William Morris's birthday, we've got some fabulous little treats as well. Keep shopping ahead on all of these fabrics by the half metre, but Hannah has got a notebook, getting us organised for all of our projects, for the lovely quilts that you see behind me. This is going to be a really good way of getting yourself organised. It's a lovely hard notebook as well. I love a notebook. I actually had one that Kat came to mine the other day and she had a work call and she says, I haven't got my laptop with me or I haven't got a notebook. Can I just borrow one? So I went in the drawer and got a notebook out, and inside it was so many different random things, from like our wedding budget to our things that he needed to take to the hospital when we were having birth. And then it was Kat's notes to Cherry about Jewelry Maker. And I was like, I love this. I never want to throw this notebook away because it's got such amazing little random pages full. But look, you've got all your lined pages. Great gift for somebody. Treat yourself, especially because Hannah's saying, do you want a little treat for William Morris's birthday? £5.99, that's like another early bird. If you got the oven mitt, if you got the charm pack, there's another little cheeky discount for you. Celebration time, come on. It's William Morris's birthday. Oh yes, it's his birthday. That's my birthday song. Have you heard my full birthday medley, Hannah? Oh, have you never had my full birthday medley? When's your birthday? I will send you. I will do it in July the 8th. I like the gold, what's this called? Foiling. I like the gold foiling. That's lovely, isn't it? Nice hard A5. Are they A5 pages? Yes, A5 pages, so fit nicely in your bag, in your handbag, to your classes, to your workshops, making notes, getting yourself organised for any of your projects. I believe the sound on Facebook is all right now. Please let us know. Or it should get better. Our engineers are... Okay. I think it's all restarted everything, so fingers crossed. The stream might disappear, but it should come back with better sound. So please update us, let us know. So just a warning, have they turned it off? So if you lost us on Facebook, I think we're back. £5.9. Okay. Yeah, sorry, we're just dealing with Facebook. Now, people multi-buying on the notebook. Do it. I mean, that is such a great little gift for somebody, isn't it? At £5.99, it's supposed to be £9.99. There's less than 20 of those now remaining if you want to add a nice little gift for somebody. Talking about limited stock, if you do want those Strawberry Thief prints and the Bluebell and all of the other really, really popular prints, we've taken a whole metre off the price now. There is so much fabric. You have got 27 different prints within here. You're getting that whole range spread out on the desk there. Look at how much fabric you're getting. 13.5 metres of Kaffe gorgeousness. All with those amazing William Morris prints. Iconic collection. A whole collection for just £211.75. I know Stuart will be watching in the... office, so I'm going to organise myself all nicely. Here we go. Let me put them all together. Look at all the different prints. There's your daisy print. You've got the Sicilian lemon prints. Oh, they're beautiful. All of the pinks and the blues, the purples. This is what's so fabulous about Kaffe, is that his work with colour has completely changed the feel of what we know with William Morris. And yet still, you've got these iconic prints with one of the most iconic collections now, with your Kaffe collection. I think this will go down in the history books as one of those collections, because let's face it, Kaffe won't keep doing this. This is a special collection that we actually had to then go to another supplier to get it second time round, because our collection completely sold out, and we knew that we wanted to have it as part of this event. So our buying team have done very, very well to be able to get this back in stock again for you. Do not miss it this time round. Even if you absolutely love it, if you already bought it and you're thinking, do you know what, I'm loving working with this collection, I'm going to get myself another one, and then I'm stocked up completely. Or if you're thinking of making a massive quilt, oh, you have got so much. Here we go. Only way of getting the Strawberry Thief ones, remember, is now in the mega bundle as, yeah, I believe they're sold out. Yes, look at that. Whole range, whole collection with a nearly a 1 metre saving. That's £17 almost back in your pocket today for just £211.75 or £70 on split pay. 0% interest, sorry, £70.58 to be exact. There are now more of you who've got this in your basket than we have availability. We love it. Let me know what you're thinking of making. Okay, shall we do a couple more of these by the half metre? So, we have got this one available in 2 different colourways, I believe. Oh, actually, it might be in 3. There you go. This one is called Indian Opera. Oh, I love that. I think this is taken from woodblock prints, isn't it? Block printing. Did you see the block printing stalls at the Creative Craft Show? Hannah, did you go to the NEC this time? She was here holding down the fort. I had a lovely time. Oh, it was so nice. I wasn't actually working there. I just went for a fun jolly. It was lovely. Took Maisie with me. Did you see the picture of John and Maisie? So John Scott is now, like, Maisie is obsessed with John. But what was even funnier is that she kept calling him David. I don't know why. She was like, where's David? I was just like, oh, I mean John. I don't know why she kept calling him David. Oh, David. But now she's like, is David coming to my birthday party? I'm like, you mean John, don't you? And then John keeps sending her lovely little messages, audio notes. This is a message for Maisie Moon. We'll send her messages. And they just keep voice noting each other back now. She had her little handbag with her full of her essentials, which were glitter tattoos and, a couple of pounds that she wanted to spend. And she decided to give John the tattoos. So if you see John with glitter tattoos, there you go, that's what it is. And he says, oh, I'm getting a real tattoo, Maisie. She was like, these are real tattoos, like glitter princess ones. So anyway, this one, once again, half a metre is £8.49. I don't know what tattoo John is having. I'm intrigued. I feel like he's told me this before. Wasn't he supposed to do it a few years ago? Yeah. £8.49. Now, this one comes also in a different colourway I can show you next. I've never even seen this one before. That's a new one to me. It looks really nice, doesn't it? A lot of these sold out first time around just very, very quickly. Let's see. This one is also available in a purple. Oh, no, that one. Found it. Thank you. Indian Opera. Oh, I love that. Oh, now I would love some sort of, palazzo pants. Do you know the bulk jacket that Alison Marion made for me? Oh, that would be amazing in like a kimono. I adore this. The colours are beautiful as well. And to be able to have a William Morris print where Kaffe has picked out those really beautiful plums and lavenders for you. £8.49 a half metre. Have you got a pair of palazzo pants? You need lots of trousers like that for Morocco. This would look amazing in Morocco. Oh, and you definitely need a bulk jacket. A bulk jacket to match. These are lovely. When are you going? Have you booked it quite last minute? Going in June. Oh my gosh. Wow. Travelling all over the country. Hannah's a real jet setter, you know. Oh, Hannah. Oh my gosh, she's going to be in the clubs. She says, I thought it was going to be a relaxing holiday, and her friends keep sending videos of these different, like, raver clubs. And I was like, no, I'm supposed to be going on a nice, you know, relaxing holiday in Morocco. Oh dear, £8.49 a half metre. Of course, get this by the half metre as well. Imagine doing some fabulous quilting on top of this. That lavender purple is beautiful, really beautiful. And then this also comes in the blue. Can you see this one here? And even though, look, if you're getting ahead on Stuart Hillard's new bag pattern, there's nothing stopping you from doing it in a quilting weight cotton as well. You could do it, it would just obviously maybe think about your interfaces. We'll ask Stuart about this in a bit, but I'm sure this would work, obviously, with your different stash. It's just a matter of changing up your interfacings maybe, or how solid you want it. Now, this is the same print, this time in the final colourway from the collection. So obviously loved this one because he's done it in 3 different colourways. Indian Opera. Did you call it Indian Opera? Yeah? It did say it on the other one, didn't it? This one says Indian Aqua. In the aqua colourway. Are we back live on Facebook, Han? I don't know. Yeah, we're trying to make it work. Our engineers are resetting it at the moment, so bear with us. If you found us on the telly, fabulous. £8.49 half metre. Oh, they called the pink colourway opera. So then they called it Indian lavender, and then this is Indian aqua. I can see our John Scott with this one. I love that. For bag making projects, for home decor, this is stunning. Incorporate it into your quilting, as we said, with really long wall hangings, all fabulous quilting. £8.49 a half metre. Has anybody got their Gracie frame? Has everybody been practicing with their Gracie frame? Please message in and let me know. I don't know whether I should tell you this, but we've been planning my birthday show, which is in April. It's not till the end of April, but shows like this we put a lot of sort of planning into, and I've requested to do a Gracie frame show, and it's been approved. It's all happening. I'm so excited. So I'm not sure whether it's Rob going to be back or whether it's Samantha, but yeah, they'll be here. Really excited about that. Okay. Now, let's do our homewares. Birthday treats. Birthday treats. So if you manage to get the oven mitt as the early bird, how nice will these look hanging together on your oven? They look really nice, don't they? Now, Oven Glove, by the way, Oven Glove went half price, by the way. It normally sells at £9.99. It went to £4.99, which was the lowest ever price. Your tea towel, come on, let's match the price. It's not supposed to be an early bird, but we've done it. And this is in that lovely sort of like, it's like an oilcloth sort of feel. Do you know what I mean? Like it's water resistant, obviously, as a tea towel. But it's not like one of those soft tea towels. It's a water resistant one. The size of it is 50 centimetres wide, 70 centimetres long. Honeysuckle print. Lovely gift idea for somebody. Maybe if you bought those lovely tea sets that we had before, if you're building up a bit of a collection of William Morris in your kitchen, new home gift, that'd be a nice set for under £10 to be able to get both of them. Honeysuckle tea towel for just £4.99. £4.99 for your tea towel. Now, just to warn you, everybody who's got any of the fabrics by the half metre in their basket, just go through and check out. I know that we're pushed for time. We're not going to get a chance to go through them all. The mega bundle is where your best value for money is. But if there's any in particular that you love the look of, go for it by the half metre, because we are, only got 10 minutes. If there's any that you want to see specifically, let me know. Of course, message in, let Hannah know, and we can, of course, show you. This one's very popular, very popular. Now, just so you know, the collection, the whole bundle is on screen with a metre saving, which means you're saving nearly £17, just shy of £17 saving. Once everybody checks out, we're in the low single figures. Everybody who has got that main mega bundle, oh my word, I can't wait for you to get this home and to just play around with different colours. And you can say, oh, right, do you know what? I'm going to do this one and I'm going to have this one as the back of it, or at the back of a cushion or a border. Or you could start playing with this one, and then what colour would you go with it? I mean, some of them together look amazing. And you'll see them in the quilt that we've got coming up in literally 10 minutes time. You're going to have so much amazing inspiration. We've got a full quilt kit in 2 different colourways, in blue and in red. The one that's on the back wall by Delphine, you'll see it is in the red colourway, but we also have it in the blue as well. They look amazing. Look at that. Seeing these colours come together, but then just using a solid in there to really pull out all of those different colours works so well, doesn't it? But if you want that whole range, that whole collection, what a saving today on that one. Now, shall we do the one that I picked up, this one? Hello, Sue. You've asked to see Blackthorn. See, Blackthorn is one that you see a lot in homewares. You see a lot in wallpaper. You see a lot in the sort of grayscale colourways. Whereas this one, in fact, actually, oh no, I was thinking, is it the background in that quilt? But it's not in grey. It's a different print. But look at this. I love Blackthorn. It's one of my favourite William Morris prints anyway. But seeing it with Kaffe colours. Wow, wow, wow. Those turquoise blues and the teals and the oranges, those apricots. There's so many colours in there that you could draw upon. £8.49, a half metre. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for sending in your pictures as well. We'll have a look at those in a second. Now, this is available in a couple of colourways as well. Look underneath us on the web. This is the most popular colour. And just to give you a bit of an idea of how many colours Kaffe works with, look at the selvage. And every single one of these different shades is a different colour. There are actually 13 different colours in there that you could draw upon if you want to find a coordinating or complementing colour. Oh, Martin says, we gave a workroom chair facelift. What a great idea. We've got the tapestry fabrics coming up in the 10 o'clock hour with Stuart. That looks amazing, Martin. What a great idea. I like they've done the pom-pom on the cushions as well. That's like how Delphine's done her cushion as well. I love a pom-pom. But Martin, that looks so expensive, doesn't it? Looks amazing. Another image as well come through from Katie. What's Manx quilting? It's really cool. It's a really traditional technique that we did on the show recently. I've never seen it before. Ah, you use your hand to measure. I love Manx quilting. It made this table runner with William Morris fabric from Sewing Street. You may use this photo. Thank you, Katie, for showing us. I absolutely love it. That's really cool. I want to know more about Manx quilting now. I'll ask Stuart. Is it quite a traditional method then? Very traditional. Oh, fabulous. Right, shall we do a project for you that isn't supposed to really be in the show, but we found this and we thought we've got to make sure if there's any in stock that we show you it, because if these always sell out. Do I? Did you find them? Now these are, oh no, I've picked up the wrong one, that's why I was getting the bags. Now this one is the little needle holder, little needle minder. So you've got here your needle collection instruction set. And with Amber Mate, the fantastic thing is you've got the QR code there with your full video instructions from start to finish. So you're not left alone. So if you're after a first project, then this is a brilliant one to do. Now, as always as well, you've got a panel which is designed with this needle keeper exactly in mind. So that means that all the positioning is very clever. Amy and Rebecca are amazing at what they do. They've even done all the little labels for you, so you're not having to stitch those on, embroider what they are on. It's already listed there for you, and they're all in exactly the right places. Seam allowance all included. You're literally just cutting around the shapes. Full instructions and video tutorial, and this is what you're making. How lovely. A little strawberry thief sewing machine needle case. So it opens all out. Oh, you even get your little hand sewing needles in there, look. So look, everywhere for your beading, your chenilles, your darners, your leather, your milliners. Oh, and this is the one that, there's a spares one as well. This is the one that I absolutely love because you've got this section here that says in the machine. So whichever pack is in the machine, you put it there. So you've got space, a little pocket for your classic sewing machine needle cases. But it's lovely, isn't it? All fully lined, all nice and together, all nice and neat, instead of bunging them in a drawer and ended up spending more money because you can't find the right needle for the right job. If you've got it there to access it, then you're more likely to use the right needle, aren't you? But all of your panel are labelled as well. Full instructions and your video. There's literally 5 of those kits remaining. Great kit to start with. I'll always recommend Amber Makes kits. We're chatting to one of our directors who comes in and works here occasionally, called Chris, and his mum's just bought a sewing machine, just got into sewing, and he says, oh, it's a little bit daunting, she doesn't know where to start. And getting a kit where you know everything that you know you need is there. The Amber Makes kits are brilliant for that. You've got your panel, anything else that you might need, your little recipe card, your ingredients are all listed here. And Bex's demos are fantastic. So yes, grab that whilst you can. Birds sell out. There's 5 of those kits remaining. Anything else that we want to mention, or are we going to get Delphine on board? Yeah. We're going to get Delphine on. If just go pop the kettle on, but stay with us because we're also going to try and fix the table. Table might be fixed. We have got the most amazing quilt kit coming your way. 2 colorways, massive quilt, going to a fabulous price with the most stunning collection that you've been seeing here. That Kaffe and William Morris collection coming up with Delphine right after this.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. I am so excited for this quilt. It is absolutely mega. For one, it is huge. We had to move the desks out of the way to try and photograph this. You can shimmy yourself across now, Delphine, if you want. We won't see you, I promise. She still did like a run, like a, oh, I'm going to be shown. It's the most amazing quilt, and it comes in 2 different colorways. We wanted to do a bit of an unboxing of it so you could see the amount of fabric that you are getting in this. Now, obviously, you get your full instructions included. I was chatting to Delphine before, actually, and she said it is so straightforward, which I love, because when you're looking at a quilt of this size and a quilt that has this much gorgeous fabric, if you were to then add into the equation that this is a project that is really going to test you as a quilter, then I would be a little bit nervous. But the fact that you're getting this result with such ease, I think is so exciting. Now, when I opened this quilt kit out, I realised, oh my gosh, you are getting a lot of fabric. Not only are you getting all of these different prints, each one of these prints, so you can see, is 1/2 metre. So you are getting so many, I mean, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're getting loads. I've picked one up and you are getting all of these different prints, 1/2 metre cuts there. And then you're getting your beautiful, which one's this called? Remind me. At the canvas scroll, that one's, you get loads and loads and loads of. We'll open that one up in a bit. And then the flying geese units, you'll see, are actually with a woven fabric. This burgundy is beautiful quality. It's another Kaffe solid, and it's a woven print, so it's not printed, but that looks stunning on this quilt. So today, as it is William Morris's birthday, we wanted to do, I don't know whether this is one of the first quilts we've done with this collection from Kaffe as well. It's been a collection that has obviously been very, very popular and that we brought back especially for the birthday. But to see a massive quilt like this, it looks amazing. I know Stuart was hooing and hawing over it earlier as well. It just looks mega. Now, there's 2 colourways. So there's this colourway that I've got here. That's the colour that we've got a sample of. You're going to start seeing it come together in the blue colourway as well, which also just looks, in fact, let me hold it for you. We'll look through it with Delphine in a bit, but look at this. How nice this is going to look as well. Oh, those Sicilian lemons are the beautiful blues as well. So just to give you a bit of an idea of what the blue is going to look like, because I can see how many people have got the red in their baskets. £214.99. It's also on 3-way split pay today. And we are going to offer you a little cheeky discount. Now, it is a massive quilt. It's 225 centimetres by 180. You do get your instructions included. All comes boxed for you with layout diagrams, with step-by-step instructions, and you're also going to have today's demonstration with Delphine, and she'll show you how to do the whole block. We wanted to get it under 200 for you. We've negotiated. We've got the go-ahead to do it. If you want it now, is the time to check out. It's 199.99 pence, 199.99 pence for just 66.66 on split pay. You can get it home. But honestly, I can't stress to you how much fabric is in here. You're getting that strawberry thief. This one sold out earlier on in the last hour. You are getting some of those beautiful strawberry thief prints. You're going to get all of the iconics, and they're not small pieces. Sometimes when they're boxed, you think, oh, they'll just give you little rectangles of different prints, whereas actually you are getting huge amounts of fabrics there and lots of different prints. Okay, loads of you have got this in your basket. I'm not sure whether you're waiting for the blue colourway. How does tap, tap, tap it away? Delphine, this wasn't planned. Okay, it is William Morris' birthday, celebration day today, for one day only. They're already checking out. A gift from us to you is an extra £10 off. Should not have been under 200. We had to negotiate hard to get it under 200, and it's now 189.99. Anybody who has got it in their basket, now is the time to grab this colourway. This is called the red colourway, but it's got that absolutely beautiful, like burgundy with the purples running through. And it just looks amazing for spring. It's big enough to fit on a bed as well. That would be an amazing bedspread. It's huge. It is huge. Don't be daunted by the quilting process though as well, because there are so many different quilting opportunities that we can talk to Delphine about. But absolutely, it's going wild in the aisles. Loads of you there. Paul's giving us a wave from upstairs. He's probably waving like this, going, what are you doing? Stop. And we're like, hi. Nothing to see here. £189.99. We're celebrating. It's William Morris's birthday. It's been such a popular collection, as we've already seen in the last hour, so why not go that extra mile for you today? And Delphine is obviously here with the amazing quilt, and it is epic, isn't it, Delphine?
Absolutely stunning. So it was really, as soon as you walk into the studio, it's beautiful.
I love it, the pop of colour. But it's not, you know, it's not too overpowering. This is absolutely perfect for in a bedroom or... It's still iconic, isn't it? It's still got that real heritage.
It'd be lovely on a
feel.
bed. Really nice.
How are you, Delphine?
I'm okay.
Good.
Yes. You?
Very good. I'm all good, thank you. Nice to be back with
Lovely
you.
to see you.
Sorry about the queue. There is a queue on the phone line. Sorry about the queue. Do you know, I work next door on Gems, and they are always cursing us for the queues that we create. I was like, I know what they're doing today. It's going to be busy, and the amount of times we all share the same call centre upstairs, and they're always saying it's at Sewing Street again, isn't it? Sewing Street's busy, so sorry, next door, because we knew this was going to be popular. £189.99 on split pay. Do you have a favourite colourway?
I'll say, well, I'm because I've been working on the blue, I've got to say the blue.
Oh, can I hold it up to where... Let's have a look. So, the blue colourway as well, I mean, is going to look really lovely and fresh, isn't it? Taking out the graphics for the red, and let's bring in the blue. The piecing itself is really achievable, isn't it?
Really easy, yeah.
I love that, though, because you're seeing those large-scale prints. You're also going to see... you know, it come together quite quickly.
And I like the way that even just like the basic 4-patch, it just really shows off the fabrics.
It's all about the fabrics, isn't it? All about the fabrics. £189.99. Let's open it up and have a look at the fabrics that you're going to get in here. It's now taking your split pay to £63.33. So, instructions.
Really simple. Everything even from the cutting out, what fabrics to use. It's even got the key at the back, so you know exactly, just reference whatever letter it is to what fabric that you're going to choose. So really easy.
So each instruction set as well has that personal key already, so they know which fabric.
And you will have leftovers as well. You will have leftover fabric.
Well, I did think when we were opening this out earlier, there's a lot of fabric in there, isn't there?
Because there's, if you think with each one, apart from one of them that you get a little bit more, you only use those fabrics to make 5 squares. So if you think how much you're going to have left over, so you'll definitely be able to do some matching cushions or something like that to go with them.
Oh, amazing. There you go. Bonus. You're also going to be able to do matching cushions as well with the fabric left over. Or just to be able to have this collection in your stash as well. And that's the same with the blue and the red, obviously.
Yeah.
This is lovely, isn't it? Oh, amazing. All of the colours. Over 20 of you have got this straight away. Well done if you've already checked out. If you've got it in your basket, don't miss it. That is an amazing price. We've honoured the price of the last one. Even though I know in the prep we said, look, we're going to get this under 200.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful, beautiful. It's William Morris's birthday. All about the discounts. Whenever we do birthday... Whether it's, we said that this morning, didn't we? Across all of our channels, if it's someone's birthday, it's always an excuse to do a little something crazy. And it's stretching a little further when we say, right, you know, William Morris's birthday, it would have been William Morris's birthday, therefore we're going to take even more money off of what Paul probably already negotiated. Get it under 200 was brilliant. They're all amazing.
Beautiful. They work so well together as well.
And you need to get yourself a little bit organised. Are there certain ways that they need to go, or can it be quite...
I suppose you can some of them are directional, but I don't even think they've done it in a directional way. I suppose the only one really is the Strawberry Thief.
Yeah.
Which, you know, just facing those the right way, but it doesn't matter.
No.
I think the prints are so clever, I think it doesn't matter which way round you have to put them.
And I need to open this out because look at how much of this you're getting. So this is where obviously you're sort of...
The triangles.
Yeah. And in fact, can I go back over to my steps, please, Bruce? I might need your help, Delphine. How's your shoulder?
I'll use my other hand.
Oh, yeah.
Look at it.
You are getting so much. Come on in further. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. There you go. Do Do you know what? Controversially, I might swap that out for a solid, you know, and keep that for my
Keep that
stash.
for something else.
Because that is a lot of fabric, isn't it? And it does look lovely. It would change the look slightly. But if you wanted a real sort of bold, could even go white,
Yeah.
couldn't you? And then you've got all this amazing. Oh,
Use it for something else.
oh, it's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. That one you get so much fabric of. And then the woven print, the woven fabric as well.
Oh, this is lovely. It's like bluey purple.
Should we open that one out as well?
You're,
Because you get loads of
you're an expert fabric opener.
Here we go. Look at how much this you get as well. I just think sometimes when
Bit
you see
more
a
of this.
box, you don't realise how much fabric you get. And there's so many tones running through it as well, isn't there? Now, when you start working with woven fabrics along with the quilting weight fabrics, is there anything that you need to be aware of?
No, all I do is like with all of my fabrics, just make sure you give it a bit of a best press or a bit of starch on it.
Okay.
But other than that, no different.
Oh, it is lovely, isn't it? And that's Kaffe. That is Kaffe, part of his collection as well, isn't it? So you've got the purples running through with those
Yeah.
blues. Full collection, £189.99, full kit with all of your instructions and all of that background fabric as well. All you'd need to add is your backing. Do you have enough to be able to do the binding?
I believe it's actually in the instructions, yeah.
Okay. So I think it's this one that you would use for your binding.
Yes, it is.
Very nice, very nice. The blue,
Yes, it is. The binding's included. Fabric R, which is that. Yeah.
fantastic. This is what the blue's going to look like. Oh, once everyone's checked out, half the stock of the blue is gone. If you love blue colourways in the lead at the moment, red or blue, which one are you going for? Let us know. When you see how easy this is as well, how straightforward this is, normally it's the one that we have the sample of that everybody goes wild in the aisles for. This one is actually overtaken. The blue colourways looks gorgeous. Blue, though, is always a popular colour.
It is, yeah.
So getting
That's
yourself
beautiful.
organised, where do you start, Delphine, when you're making a quilt
So,
of this size?
Something like this, I always do one block first. Don't go straight ahead and cutting all your fabric out. It's one of those, it's quite nice to do. Almost like, don't cut out all your blocks straight away. Just do one first and make sure you're happy with it and then move
Do
on.
you have to do some crazy maths to know how to cut out one block, though?
No. So, for example, you've got your cutting guide here. So,
Okay.
and then you just have to cut them once on the diagonal for the white, that one,
Okay.
and then the other one you just cut into 3. So you just need a nice big ruler, nice sharp rotary cutter, and then you get cracking. And then you can just start putting together all your flying geese. And if you see here, the block itself is made up of 5 squares of the chosen fabric, which it tells you in the key, and your flying geese in between your squares.
Right, so where is the block on here?
The block here, so that is a block.
Right.
So that's your centre of the block. So
Yeah.
your block is made up basically almost like a 9 patch.
Yeah.
So that is your block there.
Right. Amazing.
And then, so once you've made the one, you can stick to the actual guide here, because this is the only one. The only time that's repeated is here and down here.
I mean, it's massive. If you, oh, careful.
But yeah, that's the only time it's repeated.
Please don't fall. Please don't fall.
Don't need any more
No,
fabric.
no. But if you didn't want to do it so big, this is actually one that you don't need to.
No, you could cut it down, make it smaller. You could even make it so you could even make 2, I'd say, and then you could have it draped over, say, the bottom of a single bed, and you could have 2 with matching cushions. So it's one of those quilt kits that's going to keep giving and giving, because it's so big.
Yeah, it's a fab pattern as well. I think you'll use that pattern again. It's really
Yeah.
clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And I do think that is a lot of fabric. That is a lot of quilt that actually it wouldn't be difficult for you to work out to just...
No,
all the blocks together,
not
yeah.
at all. Because if you think, so that's 1, 2, 3. So it's 4 across, 6 down in the block.
Wow.
So you could easily make that smaller, and it will still be big enough for you to drape over ends of the bed as well.
I mean, look, it literally goes to the floor. It's very difficult to show fully in the studio completely, but I mean, look, it is absolutely mega, and it goes literally to our floor.
Yeah.
You will love it. You will absolutely love it. So yeah, get yourself a little bit organised or make yourself a block to start with.
Yeah. And then that's it.
Best press.
Best press everything. Always best press. Best press or starch before you cut, because obviously once you've
These all bias.
they're all, so then they're all on the bias now. So you just need to make sure that once you've cut them all down, obviously you want them to get nice and stiff, and it's just easier for them to be handled.
Well, I'll always remember Stuart saying, look, you're not going to go around doing a Morris dance like, woo, and just be aware that they are the bias.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't need to pull on them or anything, but I think if you treat your fabric correctly at the beginning, it just makes your life a whole lot easier. And, use the same.
This technique of doing flying geese, because there's another way that's the stitch and flip and then cut. This technique of doing flying geese, because there's another way that's the stitch and flip and then cut away, but then you get wastage,
That's
don't
it,
you?
yeah. Whereas this one, it's nice and simple. Like I said, not much waste at all. Apart from you'll be cutting off that, but other than that, you're going to be using it all. So you can chain stitch these together. I might have to turn this ever so slightly.
Of course.
So I'm just going to chain stitch a load of these together. I'll do a couple just to show you.
So you're lining up the one end. How do you know which end of the triangle you're lining up with? Does it literally match in?
Yeah, so I think if you just start off with it like that, you're going to have to flip. So if you just start with it like that, you're going to have to just flip it.
And is there no right or wrong way with the woven fabric?
No. No, it's the same on both sides. So, yeah, I'll just double check myself then. But yeah, no, there isn't. But I find it easier for you to chain stitch them, especially because you're starting off on that corner. And you just want to make sure it's not going to pull any fabric into your sewing machine.
Right, yeah. Sometimes your sewing machine doesn't like sewing on to a point to start with, does it? Or sewing on nothing.
So then you're going to end up, you're going to chain stitch a load of those together, and then you'll end up with a block that looks, so far it looks like that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't cut that
When you
off.
say a load together, how many would you recommend
8.
chain stitching? 8?
Yeah, 8. Okay. You need 8 per block.
Okay.
So then I'm just going to add my next one on here.
Okay.
So I'll sew all of those on, and then that's when you'll trim off the dog ears.
So this again lines up to that point and hangs over.
Yeah.
And do you like to start at that top point now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, I'm really stretching with my arm over here, so I'm just going to have to move them.
Have you been back to the doctors at all with your arm?
Yeah, back in again next week. I know, I'm like a broken record, aren't I?
No, you've got to get it sorted though,
Oh,
haven't you?
no.
Otherwise, the longer you leave it, ignore it. We're saying to Hannah hurt her knee, we're like, you need to get to the doctors.
Yeah, she does, definitely.
Hannah, we're now calling Betty Spaghetti. She says it doesn't feel right.
Well, now we're all falling apart, aren't we?
What's happening? I know.
Oh,
And your poor car.
oh don't.
Last time me and Delphine were on together, we were really excited about a nice afternoon together.
Yeah.
And then you had so many issues with your car that week.
Yeah, and then I had Nick had a key in his brand new tyre on the way back from here, didn't he? When I phoned
Was
you.
it a key?
It was a key, yeah.
You said it was a massive bit of metal.
Massive bit of metal. It was a key in the car, brand new tyre, so that's that gone.
What? So where was that? Has he driven or you've driven over a key?
Yeah, leaving here. So somewhere between here and where that garage is.
Oh my gosh.
Towards the motorway, yeah. I know.
And then you were at the Creative Craft Show
Yeah,
following day.
yeah.
It was all go, go, go. Oh, that was a lovely show though, wasn't it?
It was really nice, yeah. How long did you stay for?
Oh, most of the day.
Did
I think I
you?
stayed longer than you, yeah.
Yeah, I had to get back because I had to get Louis from school. But yeah, I saw...
No, it was so lovely. It was so lovely to meet so many people. I met Karen from Wigan. Oh my gosh, in her beautiful dresses. Did you see Karen?
No, I don't think so.
You would know if you saw her. She has the most beautiful selection of like handmade dresses. And
I didn't see the red dress. I'd like to have seen that. You know, the embroidered dress. Did
Oh,
you?
no, didn't see
no,
that.
I didn't get to see it. But I had a bit of a walk round with John. But no, I didn't get to stay as long as I'd like to this time round.
Just so you know, there's over 20 of you who now need to check out on the blue colourway kit. This is the colourway that we're looking at. Oh, oops, there we go. So this is what the blue is going to start to look like. How stunning for the spring and summer with these Sicilian lemons. This is going to look a little bit, yeah, if you like your Santorini colours, if you love your, or anybody who lives by the sea, that is going to look gorgeous. And because it's the same block repeated, I mean, you're not going to get bored because there's all these different lovely fabrics to work with.
And even though the size of the quilt, it is so big, but because the pieces are quite big, it's still quite quick to put together.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah. So if you got this in a couple of days' time, you'll probably have it made by the end of the week.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. And then you'll have all that leftover fabric to make other little creations with. You could even just adjust the measurements slightly and do this on a smaller, do it on a smaller scale as well.
Yeah, that would be nice. For your matching cushions.
Yeah, got to have a matching cushion, haven't you?
Speaking of cushions, though, your cushion, Delphine, is amazing.
I do like it. Where is
I
it?
love it. I had it. Let me find it. I had it for my... Where have I put it? Where did I...
It's in the room somewhere.
Oh, Dad, did you take it? Or where have I put it? There is a picture, but I'm scared that I've lost it. I was carrying it around with me. A third of the stock's already gone for the blue kit if you want to get ahead on pre-order. Oh, it was on the set. We put it on the set.
And all the other colours are just as lovely as well. It's going to work really nicely.
So you make a whole selection of bunting.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
8 sets.
8 sets. Yeah.
Is it a flying geese unit?
Yeah. So there we go. And now we're going to press them all open.
Open?
Well, you know, pressed.
Oh, okay. It tells you which way it wants to go.
Yeah.
It's normally to the dark side, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, you got a leaky iron.
I know, I don't usually have water in my iron.
Are you on steam? No, no.
No. There is to have a bit of a press first. But yeah, just do it in the direction it wants to go. You can't see through it anyway. But everyone's different in how they press them, but there's no right or wrong way. Just do whatever you like. There we are. So yeah, 8 in total. So it's quite nice if you do it block by block, because you're not doing the same thing over and over again, and also you get to see it all come together a lot quicker, which is quite nice.
Yeah, well, normally you'd be saying to do huge sort of production lines the way that you quilt, but actually it's nice this one.
Yeah, do it
block.
block by block.
If you're doing the cushion, would you do a block as a cushion front?
Yeah, what I would do is actually adjust the measurements and make it smaller. Do you know what I mean? So make it so it's like quarter of the size.
Right.
It's more fiddly, it'd be more fiddly, but I think it would just complement it really nicely. Let's say, because you'll have loads of these fabrics left.
Oh, lovely.
There we go, so that's those all done. So what you're going to do now is just cut off any little triangles. So I'll give those a trim. You can keep them on if you want to, but I do like to keep it nice and tidy all the way through. So you will have all of these little bits of confetti flying around all your sewing room. So but it's got a lovely shimmer to that purple coming through. So even though you say it's blue, it's actually...
It's got multi-tones to it, hasn't it? Oh, yeah, this is the great thing about it. When you see it on the picture, or when I saw it on the wall initially, I thought, oh, it's a solid. And then you look closely and you think, oh, no, 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 it's not. It's got So many beautiful tones. That blue's got the purples and lighter blues, dark blues. It's lovely.
There we are.
There is a lot of fabric in that kit, by the way. I mean, huge amounts of fabric. Each of these prints, you get so much of. You don't just get tiny little, normally with some quilt kits, they give you, like you say, more or less no wriggle room at all.
No, but as that said, in this one, there's you get loads extra. There we are.
Cut all your dog ears off.
They're all cut off, so I'll try and put those in a pile. Have I got a bin underneath this one? No, I'll pop it there so I don't make a mess. I don't want to upset Dan. Right, so then now once you've done that, so I'll put all these to the side because I don't need them just yet. So then you've got 8 of these units. So what we want to do, let's choose, which one do you want me to make a block out of? That one or that
This
one?
one.
That one.
Yeah. But there's no order in which you put them together, is there? Or is there a
There is a
dark to light?
Yeah,
or-
there is a guide. In fact, where is the instructions? Is it under, oh, here's one. So yeah, it tells you the placement guide on the back.
Oh, so if you want to do it exactly like theirs.
Yeah, so you do have that placement guide on
Right.
the back. I said, I think the only ones repeated is F, I think. Can't think any others have repeated.
Right, I see.
So you take 2 of your units and you're going to sew them together like so, like that, right sides together.
And there is literally a 1/4 inch line that you want to hit because I don't want to lose this point, Delphine.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Oh, these are sewing the bottom sides together.
So I'm sewing, yeah, so I'm doing it so it's...
Oh, yeah.
And again, you want to do 4 pairs per block. And like I said, there's not even a pin. I've not had to pin anything.
Is that because of the best press, do you think?
Yeah, it definitely.
I think that's the wrong channel. Someone sent in the message to the wrong number.
So that's the 3rd set.
Liz, is your message for us? You're all wondering what the message is now, aren't you?
Huh?
You're all wondering what the message is now.
I am
for
now,
this.
yeah. What is it?
It's about a car. Thank you for the Clio, I think, which is Renault Clio. We think it might be a car. Thank you for the Clio. What Clio have we sold today? I don't know. Or maybe it's, do you know sometimes a predictive text changes it completely? Oh my gosh, I have got into nearly lots of trouble, actually, by predictive text. When it replaces words. Oh yeah, you send Hannah always sends the wrong emojis to people. She did it today to the engineers.
Did she? What she say?
Well, she just sends love hearts and
What to
all the wrong
engineers?
things, yeah. It just goes on to your most used emojis, doesn't it?
So again, just pressing these, like you said, just press them the way they want to go. There we go, that one's bent back. Doesn't matter.
And look, because of the way that you've, yes, got your nice points.
Yeah.
Is that just your accurate cutting, or is that your accurate seam allowance?
I think a bit of both. There we go. So what we're going to do now is create our block. So the first bit, so the first middle section, if you like,
Yeah,
you want to frame them. So you're going to have one.
yeah.
So they're going to go together like that. So, and then right sides together, and then down that one side.
Okay.
And this is what
Are you given the measurements of what to cut these into these squares?
Yeah,
They're all
yeah.
the same size.
all the same size, yeah. So I didn't do any fussy cutting or anything, but
I think you need to, do you?
No.
Like you said, maybe with the strawberry thief one, but you get so much fabric. Like I wouldn't want to waste it. There's so many lovely elements in these cave fabrics that you'd think, oh, actually, there's no need to fussy cut.
No, I don't think so either. There we go.
Sorry about the sound on Facebook. There are slight ongoing issues. Oh, not the sound now. Oh, yeah, we've had a little bit of a problem. We're having to turn it off for test.
So that's one row done.
Nice.
And then the next row is that you need to sew one flying geese section with a in between two squares.
Oh, hang on. So you're not connecting that to this one? You're not connecting that one to this one?
No, so what I'm going to do, so that's that section in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'm now going to do that one. Yeah.
Ah, I'm with you.
So, yeah.
Oh, sorry, is your necklace hitting?
Oh, is
Your
it?
mic. I'm just going to, there you go. I'm just going to tuck you in.
Oh, thank you, my lovely. So these two rows are the same. So again, I'm just going to...
Oh, sorry, I've made it worse now.
Oh,
I'm just going to move this bit to the back. Ah! It's a lovely necklace. Sorry, I'm just stroking you now.
that's that one done. And then I'll sew another two squares, and then it completes the rows. And then you just sew the rows together, and then that's your block. So, as you can see, quite quick.
Is the blue still in the lead? Ah, I see, I love this one as well. The plums are gorgeous. Let's just check baskets on this one. At the moment, the blues are absolutely flying out. There are 15 people who have got this one in their baskets. Just to remind you, this should have been £219.99. We've got it down to £189.99, which takes your split payments on a three-way split pay down to just £63.33. 0% interest. You don't pay any hidden admin fees. It is simply, yes, just that price of your split payments per month, which is amazing. For this size quilt, it's 225 centimetres by 180. It is a whopping quilt, one of the biggest William Morris quilts that I've seen. And to have it with two icons, William Morris and Kaffe Fassett, you can't go wrong, can you? Now, are you pressing these a certain direction?
I'm pressing these ones inwards, and then I'm going to press that one out. So that way, when I come to sew these strips together, the seams will buddy up.
In, out, in, out.
Yeah. So these ones, I've pressed it outwards.
Out. Okay. Then this one's in.
And this one's in, yeah.
Oh, I can still smell that best press. It's lovely. Did you use the lavender one? Which one did you use? Or the linen?
I think it was the linen one.
Oh, I can really smell it. It's lovely. We've got the linen refill. I didn't know we did refills. Oh, they're the really big bottles. They're the ones that you just need to add your own sprayer or decant them into a spray bottle.
So now we're going to put them together. So that one, top one, make sure you get the right orientation of the flying geese.
Hang on, can we just see that again? Sorry, because we're looking at the best press.
So if we're looking at that way, so one's that way, and then you'll sew the other one that way. Just be careful to not accidentally put it the other way round.
Right.
So what you want to do is create this square of these blue triangles around that centre square.
Ah, okay.
So again, I start off by just matching that seam. And you can put a clip in it or a pin in it. Or what I tend to do is that I will sew over this bit. This is a little trick if you're fairly new and you want to achieve the accurate points. You can sew.
What, you're just, is that within your seam allowance?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah, within your seam allowance, and then you can just check that they're lined in, and then you can do it on the other side.
Do you need to take them, you'd leave those in?
Yeah. And then,
So like, it's not a tacking stitch, you haven't changed your stitch length or anything?
No.
You're just stitching over, so you're not having to go down your whole seam to then have to unpick it all because you're not quite matching.
Yeah. And then for that one, I'm happy to sew to the end now.
How do you know that one matched?
I could sort of feel it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you find that you do just get to that point where you're like, right, I can feel that that's interlocked,
you
that's
can
nested?
feel them, yeah.
So you don't need to sew that bit again, you're just going to go back from...
Just go back through. And then I know now that that matches up on those points, so you can see it. And then I'll put the other one on.
Oh, I've got it here.
And then do the exact same. So you're going to match up that seam first. And you can see it, and then you can feel it.
I suppose that I find that a bit easier than putting pins in because you're still going to want to have to take those pins out and yeah, you might lose your accuracy at that point that you take them out. So just doing those couple of stitches within your seam allowance will just hold it in place.
And then, yeah, and it, like you say, it saves you from unpicking everything, and you know you're going to get that.
Oh yes, look at that.
You get that accuracy of the point.
Fabulous.
And it just say, then if it didn't...
Sorry.
What?
It's all right, Bruce didn't see it. There we go. You can see, just having that one little section sewn first, you've got your point.
You know it's going to be accurate.
And then you're not having to sew the whole of the seam and go, oh,
and
gosh.
then unpick it, yeah, because it can move in the machine. You know, for example, the way I'm sewing on an angle at the moment, it could move.
Do you sew on an angle at home?
No.
Do you sew standing up?
No.
Do you sew in shoes?
Yeah.
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 It's weird though, isn't it? Because so many people I know obviously are sewing at home, therefore they're often in the slippers or haven't got shoes on. So they'll come in here and demonstrate and they'll be like, hang on, I've just got to take my shoes off.
I used to take, before I had my sewing room, when I used to sew in the house, I used to take one shoe off to sew. But now, because it's outside in the garden, I'm in and out, so...
Do you always use your foot pedal as opposed to the start-stop button?
Yeah, I always use the foot pedal.
Do you use a knee lift at home?
Sometimes, if I'm doing applique, yeah.
This is quick fire questions with Delphine.
Yeah, sometimes if I'm doing applique at home, I'll put my knee lift in, especially if you've got lots of little bits where you're constantly having to rotate.
Fit, yeah.
Yes, sorry, pivot, that's the right word. That's a better word. Yeah.
And do you just tend to use a white thread when you're doing pieces like this with lots of colours?
Sometimes I'll actually use just any colour. If I'm doing something like this, it doesn't really matter. Or if you're doing a lot of piecing and you've got lots of coloured thread that you just don't tend to use anywhere else, but you use white a lot more, just use an older colour, just use another colour, because, you know, threads, you know, they're not cheap, you know, you need to have a decent quality thread. So if I've got loads of orifills in different colours, I'll just use one of those. Yeah. And then we'll give this a press, and then again, press it however way you like. I think I'm just going to press them open. Some of these have shifted.
I suppose you've got a lot of bulk in these central parts, so
Yeah.
do you think having it open means it will lay flat?
Yeah, it will lay flatter, but as I said, some of these are a bit bulky. So it doesn't have to be a perfect press. I'm just quickly showing you this. But if I was doing this at home, I'd take a lot more time making sure that you really press the whole thing really, really well and in the right direction, and so nothing's overlapping. And again, it just achieves that nicer finish, but TV sewing and reality sewing are two different things. So let's give that a press there. There we are. And just get that bulk. Should have put my glasses on this morning. I think I'll have to put them on for the next one.
I was going to say, I've seen you certain wearing glasses on air.
Yeah, I think I've just been struggling along with it and then not really.
Not realised, actually.
Yeah.
Do you know, I put on, whose glasses did I put on the other day? And I realised, oh my gosh, I can see everything so, it's like HD, crystal clear. And thought, I think I need to have an eyes, that's a bit blurry.
And there we are. And there's your block.
Love it, love it, love it. Now you're going to do this again and again and again and again. Did you say it's 4 along the top and 6 down?
Yeah.
So then this, would you just keep making loads and then construct them in rows?
And then, so I've done it, so this is a row. So I'll put this one now. I can sew it onto here. And then obviously you've just got those seams to match up.
Which you've opened up.
Which I've opened up. So because I've opened them up, this is why I'll definitely do it block by block. And then you just secure that, because obviously when they come together, you're going to come together with this 4 patch in the middle. So I'm just going to do exactly what I did earlier, whereas I'll sew over that first.
I always take my slipper off when I sew. I thought it was just me, said Karen. Oh no, honestly, there's so many people that come in and say, just one slipper on. Just on your foot pedal.
I used to always sew with my right foot, and then I had like a really bad cramp, and it was almost like I was getting repetitive strain injury on my foot. Yeah. So then I was forced to use sew on my left. So actually, obviously here we can't because of the pedal, but actually sew my left.
But you're ambidextrous.
Yeah.
I never go is that a word?
Ambidextrous.
Before I say something.
With feet.
I never go into a sewing room or sew without house shoes on. Yeah, pins and bare feet don't mix well. Ask how I know. So Sue. Oh gosh, yes. I don't think we need to play this game. But if you've got little boys, you've stood on Lego before.
Oh yes, and the cars. You know, like Hot Wheels cars. Yeah.
Oh, the wheels.
Yeah.
Plugs. Oh, ouch. No, ouch. We don't need to play this game, do we? What's worse, standing on Lego, plugs, pins? Morning, ladies. I love this demo. Delphine, Willie Moe and Kaffe, my favourites.
Ah,
So Rachel.
Oh, hello, Rachel.
This is looking lovely.
Yeah, so it's, you see what I mean? It's getting there.
Should we hold it on the...
I can,
Are you on the wrong arm?
No, yeah, this is the, yeah, so that's the...
Look at that. Oh, do you know what? I do love the blue colourway. And seeing the purples in there, it's going to look beautiful. It is going to look beautiful. I know, actually, there are people who are buying both quilt kits.
Oh, both. Nice.
Wow. Who's that? Who's getting both?
So if I go in...
Love it. Absolutely love it. And remember, you don't have to. You don't actually have to make it this size if you don't want to. And you are still going to get loads of fabric left over. Now, they've had this. I say they've had it long unquilted. You can just do free motion, couldn't you?
Yep.
Variegated thread in there.
So if I look at here, so what I did, so that will be E. Okay, so you'll have to, so this one with the lemons is the one that you repeat twice.
Okay.
But I've only got to cut 4 more squares out of that.
1, 2, 3, 4. So you're going to have then all of this fabric left.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
very nice.
That's how much. So that's where you can just keep adding to it. So on these instructions, these have got 4 and 5, whereas this one is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, it is 5. But I think you could add more. I think you could make it even bigger.
Wow.
With your leftovers.
That's amazing.
There's so much. So that's why I wanted to show you that bit, because I said it goes quite a long way.
Love it. Absolutely love it. shall we recap these kits? Because they are absolutely gorgeous, and there's so many people who've got them in the baskets. Now you've seen how straightforward it is as well to do the block. It just makes so much sense. It's going to look amazing on your bed, isn't it? Now the blue colourway comes with, I just want to show you how much of the background fabric you get, because I'm not going to lie, we said earlier, for the amount of William Morris fabric you get for this section here, you could swap this one out, the triangles, for a solid. It would give it more of like, you know how Tula Pink does the striking whites with the bright colours? That's what it would remind me of. But look, you're getting all of this fabric for your background. Even if you were to do it exactly like this, I mean, you've got so much William Morris prints. They are beautiful. And then the woven one that you have as well in the kit, you've got so much of. That's, oh, let me see if I can find it. It's right at the bottom. There you go. Oh, there's so many people who have just added it to their basket now. There are loads of people who are getting involved. Look at that. Oh, I don't think we need to do that as a text topic. What have you stood on before? When I work at Excel, we always do like a bit of a brainstorm of text topics. There you go. What have you stood on? We're getting so many messages about sea urchins. Have you ever stood on a jellyfish?
No.
Oh,
No, have you?
that is my worst nightmare. I always wear like water shoes now for all day.
Yeah.
We've had loads of messages. I'll go through them in a minute. But that is your woven fabric. Oh, in fact, actually, we'll do it now. I stood on my daughter's Duplo bricks and fractured a bone in my foot. Oh my gosh, because Duplo's big.
They're big. It's the big chunky ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, ow. Look at that look.
Ouch, ouch. Here we go. Good morning, stepping in Cowpat. With a bare foot in the summer. We're playing in the summer is not very nice either. Oh, no. Not painful, but that moment of squelch between the toes.
Oh, and cleaning it off. Oh, getting your toenails and everything.
You live in the countryside as well. That could happen to you.
Yeah. Although I don't really walk around the farm without any issues.
Here's a question from Jill. Is there enough fabric to do a flying geese border?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, you're getting a lot of each.
Yeah.
I don't know whether all the way around. I mean, it is a absolutely massive quilt.
Enormous.
Yeah, you may have to get a few
Well,
more.
I don't know, because that's for your binding, isn't it?
So maybe if you said, look, I'm
you
going to do a
say-
different binding.
If you think about the size of the actual fabrics and all of
Oh,
them,
please don't fall!
and then all of
Sorry,
this,
shouting at
if
her.
you laid it over that, you just think how much there actually is. So it's possible. What you could do is do that, but then get a different binding. Just get a different binding for it.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. You've got so much in there. So much fabric. Sorry, shouting at you.
destined to
That's
fall
what
off
I
this
do to
mat
my
today.
girls. Don't fall over in the park.
Destined to today. Oh dear.
No, not while I'm
Not
here.
not on
please.
your watch.
Not on my watch.
No.
No accidents. Oh, there's over 30 of you who have got the blue colourway in your basket. I love this one. It's going to look stunning. And then, I mean, look at how much fabric you are getting. Bearing in mind, we were talking about the fact that you're going to have loads of this left over as well. Plenty of fabric to add to your stash, which
I
we
love
love.
this one. These prints.
Yeah, they are gorgeous. They just look so different to William Morris,
Yeah.
don't they? Reimagined in those cave colourways. They're stunning. You've got some of the most iconic prints there. And they're all free spirit fabrics. I know sometimes nowadays, you know, that they've changed the licensing with William Morris, so you're seeing it a lot. This is free spirit fabric, so it is really good quality quilting weight cotton. Love the lemons. I mean, just that one alone, like you said, because you're getting more of that one, that's going to be repeated twice. You'll have so much of that left over. It's brilliant.
But if
that
you
one's
think
gorgeous.
that they only need, each one, you only have to cut out 5 squares.
Well, I've got a whole half metre of this, look.
So you'll have
Nearly.
loads. That's what I mean. You'll have so much left over for you to definitely either add more or do other projects. But so it's not just a quilt kit, is it? You can have so much more to do with it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be £219. Today, because it's William Morris's birthday, we've done a fabulous discount. And we know that there's so much choice in today's show as well that we thought, do you know what, we're going to have to do a few little cheeky deals to tempt you in because there's so much choice, so much choice. for the first time we've ever had this quilt kit. It's your classic in the blue, but also in that beautiful burgundy. Don't let that one pass you by. So that's the graphics for the blue. We will recap the burgundy. Let me come over to my steps. I mean, it's there, hanging behind us. We see how fabulous it looks. We've discounted it as well. We've laid it all out so you can see all this fabulous fabric. Did you say that you need 5 of the squares from each of the fabrics? Look at how much of these different prints you're getting. It's amazing. You are getting oodles and oodles of fabric. Remember, you're getting all of the lovely scroll fabric as well for your background. If you wanted to substitute that out, or maybe your the woven one, the binding, and use something from your stash, then you could, like Delphine said, even make it even bigger or have a different border. So many options with it, so many options. But yeah, make the most of this because I love this collection. We launched it back again at 8 o'clock this morning. And it isn't very often that we bring back a collection unless it's gone absolutely wild in the aisles first time round. I've actually had to go to another supplier to get it because it's been such a popular collection. Obviously, 2 icons when you're talking William Morris and Kaffe Fassett together. So definitely make the most of the fact that Hannah has treated you even more so by taking an extra cheeky discount. Any excuse, eh? We love celebrating birthdays, don't we? Fewer than 20 of this one once everybody's checked out. I don't think we had as many of the raspberry tone, actually, so go for it. Oh, good morning, Vicky and Delphine. It's my 65th birthday today. Susan, happy birthday. I've got the day off and intend to watch you all day and treat myself. Oh, perfect. Susie, love it, love it, love it. Definitely treat yourself. There's so much to think about today. In fact, Delphine, your next hour, brand new cushion.
Yeah, brand new, William Morris inspired. Yeah.
I love it. Do we have a picture of it? Because it's over the other side of the studio. There it is. Oh, also in the light, it looks amazing. Now, you told me that you could make 2 cushion fronts with this, is that right?
It's a really, really generous kit, yeah.
And I was showing this earlier on, and the beading that you've done means that it just catches the light. Here you go, I found it.
Sparkly.
Look at that. Looks gorgeous. Really nice. It's already on pre-order if you want to get ahead. Do not go anywhere, though, because Stuart Hillard's going to be next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in an hour. Well done. If you've already got ahead on Stuart's bag pattern, brand new bag pattern, and also your tapestry fabrics coming up, over 100 bag patterns have already gone. It is going to be a busy one. Stay exactly where you are. Stuart Hillard is going to be joining me right after this.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. Two ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than two, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, Stuart.
Hello.
How are you? How are
Good,
you?
thank you.
Jolly good.
Oh, thank you.
So I love the fact that any excuse to design a brand new bag.
Oh, you're
because
not
you were
kidding.
said the brief was, right, Tapestry, can you show us bag? And you were like, do you know what? This calls for a new bag pattern.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Originally, I was asking you, can you do one of your old bag patterns? And I said, no, let's do a new one.
Yes.
And actually, I really thought about tapestry for this bag and tried to make something that would really work well with tapestry. So I've done the Bloomsbury.
I don't think I've seen you do a tapestry bag on it
No,
before.
and I love it.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous and it's so popular and so good for bag making because you need so little stuff when you work with tapestry because it's got a good weight and a good substance. So I've only actually used some H250 interfacing and actually you could probably leave that out as well.
Right.
a magnetic snap and some handles. And that's it really. It's just 1/2 metre for the outer, 1/2 metre for the lining.
How amazing is that?
And you get the purse too.
And the purse. And the pleated detail, I think, really elevates it. The sides as well, the open vented sort of sides.
Exactly. So that when you open it, it actually opens way more than you would expect it to. You've got the pleats inside as well.
Oh,
so the lining looks pretty and you've got such a lot of space in there.
Now, this looks like a chunky set of instructions. You've got all of your templates, full size included.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you are going to have to join them together.
Okay.
And my personal way, you could cut up the pattern. No, actually, you couldn't, because it's double-sided. Trace it. It would always be to trace it. Personally, I like tracing onto freezer paper.
Okay.
Because then you can iron it onto your fabric rather than having to pin or use pattern weights.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Cut around and then peel it off.
Yeah. A step-by-step instructions with photographs as well. Just so you know, hundreds of these have already gone. Over 100 of them sold before the break. Everyone loves a new Stuart Hillard bag pattern, especially. We love, love, love your bag projects. And new skills.
New skills.
So when we're talking about working with tapestry fabric, what sort of difficulties might we need to overcome? Or what, if, you know, what's different from working with our normal coarse grain cottons?
So the first thing that's different is that the fabric is thicker.
Okay.
It's got more kind of robustness to it, which means, of course, that it holds its shape beautifully for bag making, holds the shape of pleats really beautifully as well. So you can get a gorgeous structure with it. It isn't sort of floppy like quilt weight cotton. But if you've only ever worked with quilt weight cotton, you might think, oh gosh, this fabric feels quite firm and stiff.
Yeah.
Is it going to be difficult to sew? Absolutely not. You're going to cut it out with rotary cutter or scissors as normal.
Yeah.
When you come to sew it, now you should always use a number 90 or 100 needle when you're bag making.
Okay.
So the fact that it's thicker, kind of chunkier fabric doesn't alter that. One thing I will say about tapestry fabric is it's more inclined to fray around the edges. Now, that is not an issue. I cut my project out and I get straight on with it and make the bag up. I think it's better to cut out and make straight away. If you're not going to do that, then what you could do is you could zigzag around the pattern pieces before you do anything with them.
Okay.
Or you could overlock the edges if you want. You don't have to. I didn't. But it's just a little extra thing if you want.
It's not the sort of project that you might do, right, I'm going to do all my cutting one day and then my sewing the next. There aren't, you know, loads of pattern pieces. You're going to be able to make that in an afternoon.
It's front and back, front and back. That's it.
Yeah, amazing. It's a great one to take to a sewing class, actually, isn't it? Because you can natter a bit while you're doing it as well. Lovely project.
It's a really relaxed make, actually.
Yeah.
It really is a lovely
And
relaxed
if
make.
you've already got tapestry fabrics maybe in your stash that you're thinking, I've never really known what to do with this, or then this is a great pattern that is designed especially with tapestry in mind, which makes a difference, doesn't it?
But also, just to turn it on its head, I'm going to make a PU version this afternoon, a faux leather version, and I'll have that on tomorrow. So you can do that. You could do quilt weight cotton. As well, but the tapestry is particularly gorgeous, and you are getting that second project as well, because I wasn't going to. I was just going to do one, and then I thought, well, I think I've got enough fabric left out of my half meters.
Right, that's the great thing about tapestry fabrics is let me show you how wide it is. So the value for money is amazing because look at how much you get, which is 1/2 metre. And did you say you only need 1/2 metre of tapestry?
1/2 metre of tapestry fabric will make this and this.
Oh, amazing.
1/2 metre of lining fabric, quilt weight cotton lining fabric will make both. And you need some H250 or a fusible interfacing if you want.
If you want,
you don't have to.
It holds its structure quite well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I put a magnetic snap in this bag, which is really easy to install and adds that nice security. You could do a button and loop, you could do nothing. And then on the Bedford purse, I've put a zip. So you've got, oh, hang on, you've got a zipper there.
Lovely.
So you've got a real, and now this you could take out for an evening. This could be a little clutch purse.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could be a makeup bag. It could be just a little bag on its own.
really lovely. But it's so nice to be able to have the pleated detail and on the inside as well.
Yep.
So you've got that elevated design. Now, instructions available on their own today. We didn't do any kits because we want you to be able to choose your own tapestry fabrics. There are over 60 of you who have got this in your basket. There is a queue. If you can get to the web, please, please do. But here you're getting all of your step-by-step instructions with photographs as well. We're going to try and show you as many of the techniques today on the show. So if you're brand new to bag making, this is a great project for you. And then you've got your patterns, templates. Now, is this including seam allowance? Do I trace this out literally
just as is? Yep, your seam allowance is all included. There's notches as well to help you to get things lined up, where to start and finish stitching, things like that. A centre notch as well. And it's just, what I particularly like about this is it's a really, really smart, gorgeous project, but it's actually a really low-cost project. Bag making can end up really quite expensive. It can really stack up. But remember, you're getting this really roomy bag. You look so gorgeous carrying that. I could have done with you when I was taking the shot.
It's a really nice size, you know.
Good size.
It's comfortable to wear on the shoulder. It's a size that I would be thinking, right, I'm happy to take that out, that if there's a few bits and bobs that I'm going to be needing to take, or if I go to the shops and end up buying a couple of bits and they say, oh, have you got your own bag? I'll be able to put it in there. But it's a really lovely size. I love the curve.
Nice and
shape
smooth and
as well.
feminine. And also as well, you know, those pleats, yes, they're decorative. Yes, they make it look really smart. And these are lovely smart pleats. But, of course, they also increase the volume inside the bag. So you can see, even with the Bedford purse, that the shape of it actually then allows it to sit flat. It doesn't have a boxed bottom, but because of the pleats and the volume that you've got there, you've actually got a ton of extra space in there. Now, this would also be great for things like a knitting bag or a crochet bag.
Especially because you've got those vents as well, so you could literally have your working yarn coming from the vents there. But it sits, because of the tapestry and the structure of the fabric, it's going to sit. And that's without heavy, you know, bozels or things.
No wadding, no foam, not even, I thought at first I might put H640 in it. But it was totally unnecessary with the tapestry. Now, the interfacing, gosh, I put that in almost out of habit because I'm so used to putting interfacing inside bags, but it doesn't really need it if you don't want to.
So remind me again of what we need, because like you said, bag making, you think, I've got my pattern, then you need to go out and buy loads of haberdashery bits. It can end up costing you over 40, 50, 60 pounds, as we know. Now, with this, all you need to get yourself is ½ a metre of tapestry, which we'll go through our options today, and then ½ a metre, you say, for your lining.
Yes.
Brilliant, and that's to make both. And
now, one quick caveat.
Okay.
With a fabric like this, the willow bough, okay, it is directional, and so when I laid out the pattern pieces, I did put the base and then the band above it and lined up the centre points, okay? So think about that when you're doing it, but then you'll have loads of extra to make your Bedford purse. Now, when I came to do this one, because this has got a motif I wanted to centre and I had to position my pattern pieces for that, I could still get the Bedford purse out, but I had sort of no choice about where I cut this fabric from.
Okay.
You see what I mean? Whereas with this one, I did.
Yeah.
So you can get both bags out, fussy cut this one, the big bag, and then get what you're given for the small one. That's your lovely extra pattern anyway, isn't it? I don't think you need to worry about fussy cutting on that one. No.
Now this print, have we already done this one, Hannah? Yeah, we'll put it back on in because this is Willow Bough, which is so classic.
How much is it for ½ a metre?
£8.49.
Wow, for 2 bags.
So
it's really good.
And there was a message that we had in earlier on from Martin, and he actually covered a whole office chair just using these tapestry fabrics.
Beautiful.
And it looked great.
Yeah.
Look great. They're great for upcycling, aren't they? It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester, and it's wide. Is it 140?
It is. Just keep in mind, when you iron this to your interfacing, use a 2-spot, a medium iron, not your usual 3 for cotton.
Okay.
You might have to spend a moment or two longer fusing the interfacing, and I actually went from the back through the interfacing.
Well, the back isn't all stringy and everything like an old
not
school
at all.
tapestry fabric, is it?
No, really smart.
Yeah, no. So yeah, just give it a bit more time.
Oh, it's a dream to work with. It's a dream to work with. It's really lovely stuff, and it just gives such a smart, polished, finished bag.
Did you put a walking foot on?
No.
No?
No. If you wanted to add some like quilting detail, you could. Even just through the fabric, you could add maybe cross-hatching if you wanted.
Did you use a cream solid for the lining?
I did. Let me grab... Oh, the bag's there. Yes, I used the cream. I used the cream for the lining of this one.
This is the cream. We've also got the natural seeded cotton, so this is cream. Half a metre is sufficient. 1 unit is fine if you want it. It's literally £3.99. I mean, this is brilliant, isn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I said, the only other thing is a magnetic snap and a metre and a half of webbing for your handle. Or you could make a fabric handle if you wanted to. I'm not sure whether you could get that out of the fabric because I didn't do it myself, but I quite like the contrast of this. I think it just adds a little smart finish.
I do think this pattern is one you are going to use so many times. Sometimes you just want to scratch that itch and make something, and we've all got fabulous projects that are on the go, but sometimes you're like, I just want a bag, just want to make a bag.
Yeah.
Bag
And
make is
also as
perfect.
well, you know, it's such a lovely, easy, relaxed and quick make.
Yeah.
And it shows off the fabric well. This is not the last time you'll see me make one of these either.
No, absolutely. Well, you'll see it then in the faux, it's in the PU. It's fabulous to show you just the versatility of how many times you're going to be able to use your pattern. Sorry, which one are you going for, Hannah? Webbing. Which webbing did you use? Was it this sort of oatmeal
It was the natural.
one?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I thought that was
How much do I need?
1.5 meters because I cut my shoulder straps at about 22, 23 inches in length.
Okay.
So you would need the 1.5 meters for that.
Okay, so that's 3 units, 1.5 meters. It's literally about to sell out. It's cut to order for anybody that's wondering, so add 3 units to your order. I do also have, if you missed that one, I've got a cream. We've got ivory, blue and a pink. I mean, they'll all look lovely.
Now, in fairness, that was the one I thought I was getting.
Right.
So that would have absolutely have been my choice, but this I love.
What about the
Yeah, the white would
white?
work. The other thing as well is if you want to make it fit in a bit more with your fabric, if it's not, you can always put fabric and this together and top stitch the webbing on top.
Yeah, yes, lovely. There is blue, there's pink, there's black. Have a look underneath us on the website. You've obviously all found those. Now, which one is this one, Stuart?
So,
is it this
third
one?
one, yes.
Nice.
I know.
They are beautiful quality
So nice,
tapestries
aren't
as
they?
well, aren't they? Like you say, they're heavier. Obviously, if you've never worked with the tapestry before, they're heavier juice fabrics, but they're still not stiff. They're still malleable
no.
to sew with, aren't they?
Oh, they're really easy to sew.
and you cut them out with a pair of scissors? Or-
Well, I did both. I cut that one out using rotary cutter.
Oh, right,
This one
okay.
I used dressmaking scissors. So it's easy peasy.
Yeah.
It's easy. This I just loved working with. I've done this morning while I've been out in the green rooms.
Oh, literally in an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see as well that those pleats have a gorgeous structure because of the tapestry fabric. You only need that 1/2 meter.
That's so good. Literally 1 unit. Hi, Vic. Stuart, can you tell me the reverse size? Can you use the reverse size?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that would be fabulous. I love that.
Do you know
Yes,
what?
can.
Sometimes I really like the reverse on tapestries. Sometimes I go, oh, no, for the front. But actually, you can use it. Sometimes it doesn't work. But actually, yeah, that is really nice as well.
Yeah. Well, what about make the Bloomsbury out of the right side and the Bedford out of the wrong side?
Yes, good idea. Good idea. Well, you've got those 2 different colours. I'll try and show you the reverse on both as well. Vanda said, can you use both sides of the fabric? Yes, go for it. Oh, I'm excited.
You could even potentially, I'm just thinking whether you could do an unlined version.
Yeah. Suppose you've got to finish your seams off a bit.
Could bind
'cause otherwise
them.
Right.
Could bind them. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking off the top of my head. But certainly this tapestry is lovely, even for things like a simple tote bag. You know, they look really smart. And a tote bag, you could just do French seams.
Yeah, lovely.
And again, 1/2 metre would do that.
Do you? What's your seam allowance when you make?
So for this, actually, it's 1/2 inch.
Okay.
Which is quite a big seam allowance. And partly that's to do with that fact that the edges can fray a little bit.
Yeah.
So you do want to have that nice secure seam allowance. But yeah, about a 1/2 inch seam.
This is what's great about buying a pattern. If you love working with tapestry fabrics, you've absolutely got to make the most of this pattern because it's designed with tapestry in mind. So it's things like that, you seam allowance, it's, you know, all well thought out. Hiya, I got my pattern, definitely will be making a Willie Mo bag coming on. Oh,
Jill on the Isle of Wight. Is that my Jill?
I think it's your Jill.
Jill.
I think it's your Jill on the Isle of Wight. Oh, fabulous. Is this Jill? Have you met Jill?
Yeah, I've been over to Vectis Quilters on the Isle of Wight twice now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Charlie came too. He never normally comes to my workshops and classes, but for some reason he wanted to go to the Isle of Wight twice.
I love the Isle of Wight. It's beautiful. Isn't it?
So lovely. And they were so hospitable.
Oh, fabulous. Oh, and you saw Patrick from the Sewing Bee the other day.
I had a lovely catch up with Paddy. It was lovely. And he was looking jolly handsome, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. You got everybody very excited, though, by saying, oh, you never know. That's not outside.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
What's
I'll do what I
this?
can.
There's pink, there's black. Now, there's also, is it this one?
Oh,
Let's have a
that's
look.
pretty.
This is really pretty. I'd go with the pink. I
Oh
think.
my goodness, this is my new favourite.
Isn't
This
that
is a brand
nice?
new one, surely.
We actually had it on last year, so yes,
Oh.
it's brand new. Let's call it brand new because it's been over a year since April, and we haven't managed to get it back in since then. It's disappeared off to Stuart's stash. That is gorgeous.
That's really gorgeous.
I love a carpet bag. I'm very into Mary Poppins at the moment. I've had a real revival of Mary Poppins. We watch a lot of Mary. We just watched a lot of Mary Poppins in our house. I don't know whether it was I was trying to get Maisie to do the tidying up. I was like, come on, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh yeah, but then she clicks the fingers and nothing happens.
Yeah, I know. I try to be every element, every job that must be done. There's an element of fun being all Mary Poppinsy. So yeah, I love a carpet bag.
Don't say it, sing it.
No, people pay to hear me sing, Stuart.
That's true. People pay to not hear me sing.
I love the reverse of this one as well. Although I'd definitely be using that lovely...
Seriously, yummy combo with that dusky pink, isn't it? Beautiful.
Make sure you grab that because all of the webbings are selling out very, very fast. What colour linings? Maybe a natural seeded?
Yeah, natural seeded would be spot on.
Rose. Our solid Rose and Hubble Rose.
Yeah, that would be gorgeous.
Really
if you've
nice.
got my book Bags for Life, by the way, the Weekender bag in this, with this for the handles, would be amazing.
This is what I love about today's show. You didn't actually kit any of these because you've thought, right, you might be wanting the pattern, just, you know, and the pattern also isn't in any of your books.
Nope, totally not.
Brand
totally
new.
not, yeah. The navy actually would be nice in this.
Oh, yeah.
The navy.
Very
Half
nice.
a metre's still plenty, by the way.
They'd all work.
Yeah.
They would all work,
Yeah,
wouldn't they?
half a metre's still enough. Yeah.
There's your navy, £3.99. Oh, I'd get yourself a few units of this. This is what's brilliant about today's show is you've got your tapestries, you've got your linings. Make yourself a few bags. Fabulous.
Yeah.
The webbing in the pink is literally about to sell out. You need to remember, get 3 units. It's gone.
Such a nice colour.
Let's do another tapestry.
Let's do another.
This one, I believe.
Oh, good old Strawberry Thief.
Now, I don't think this is actually, oh yes it is. Because there's another one, tapestry,
That looks like
it looks
it.
like it, but it's not a strawberry. This one is, it's got the strawberries. Now, we've not had this since
Now,
2023.
can I just offer up a top tip here?
Yes.
And that would be, yes, you can get them from half a metre. I would buy a metre of this just because I want that Strawberry Thief motif right in the middle.
Okay. Now, if you've, oh, by the way, this is $7.99. So whilst this one is more affordable, I think the prices have stayed at the prices of 2022 or 2023, whenever this launched. So you've got it still under £8. So definitely multi-buy. And I do think, is that why when you suggested getting freezer paper as well, you'd really be able to...
Yeah, you could. You could actually trace a bit of the design through the freezer paper. You see, on this particular cut, this motif with the strawberries is up the top. Now, I actually want that bit of the motif here, which means in an ideal world, this motif would be about here. So I would buy 2 units.
Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're risking it a little bit. It might be cut different to this. You can still make the bag, but this is one you definitely want to be, I think, focusing.
And you see, of course, you can have plenty of fabric then that you could make something like a messenger bag or, you know, other purses. It's just that when you get so much kind of impact from that design, you want it.
Yes.
And we all know if you're going for something with a really bold design, you do need to buy extra fabric for things like pattern
Can I
matching.
remind you what half a metre looks like? You are getting wide fabric. It's 140 wide. And this is your tapestry fabric, which remind me, is it 70% cotton? 30% or 80% cotton, 20% polyester? 80% cotton. But I'm also seeing, you know, I think this is brilliant for cushions, really, really simple cushions. Fabulous, obviously, for bags. But also, we had messages in of people using this as their sort of upholstery fabric to upcycle little
and also, you
stools.
can make things like waistcoat fronts and jackets from tapestry fabrics too. You know.
That would be a lovely jacket, wouldn't
Something
it?
like, is it a jerkin?
Oh,
yeah?
yeah.
Do they call it a jerkin?
I don't know.
Like a little kind of waistcoat
I
style.
know. Yeah, nice.
Very nice, yeah.
Oh, definitely get yourself a couple of units of that, especially while the price point is so low. We hadn't noticed that one was the only one that's under I think it's the only one that's under £8 a half metre, by the way. We'll have a look and see if we can find any more. But this one's not been on since, did you say October? Yeah, 2023. It's not been on for ages.
It's horrifying to think 2023 was 2 years ago.
Yeah!
Not like a month ago.
I was actually talking to my friend and I said, oh, remember we did that? It must have been about 3 years ago. And then I was like, oh, no, actually, it was pre-COVID, which means it was 6 years ago. Crazy. OK, let's have a look. Which one? What does it look like, Hannah? I haven't got my codes facing up. Yeah. This one.
Oh, now then.
Right.
Wow, that is amazing.
This is a really big scale of print, isn't it?
Now this is so large scale, I would absolutely not try and fussy cut this. No. I wouldn't even try and match the front and the back. I would just cut out wherever the pattern falls, and it's going to look amazing.
Let's have a look at the back of this. Oh, I like the back.
I do too, actually. That is stunning.
Now, could I scale up the pattern, your bag pattern?
Yeah, you
an even bigger one?
Yeah, you could.
Like a big beach bag?
Yeah, you could. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Lovely.
The thing is, you know, like with the pleats on the front, you can make little adjustments there as well to get a really nice fit, you know. The thing is, this kind of bag making with pattern pieces is much more like dressmaking than patchwork. If you're doing something like with squares and rectangles in a bag, that requires the sort of precision of patchwork. Whereas this, dressmaking has a little bit more of an organic flow to it, doesn't it? You can ease it as you say, you can ease it together.
Yeah. I want to show you the scale of print of this because it is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, wow, wow. I love that. And you know, I really like the reverse of that one as well. So if you do want to do the Bloomsbury bag and then the Bedford purse, in the reverse, you absolutely could. Oh, Stuart, you are my bad influence.
Good.
I've just bought more William Morris fabric. Oh, I love it though, because the amount of people I know that we've done these tapestry shows and we say, oh, you could use it for that, or you could make it for that. I love the fact that you've done a pattern where you're saying, right, I've got tapestry fabric. I've thought about what it is that you're going to need for your tapestry.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could still make this, if you wanted to do it with quilt weight cotton, I would say use some H640 and then you could add some quilting and then it brings it up to the same sort of level. But yeah, I really thought about, let's do something that will show a tapestry off really well. So that's why I had to do a new bag. But Heidi, you're welcome. I love being a bad influence.
Love it, love it. So we've got one more and then is it okay if we dive into a bit of a demo? Because we want to get these techniques in if you've never worked with tapestry before. Okay, let's have a look. Is it, bear with that one, please. This one is your lovely steel blue. Oh, it's got the red
So
background.
is that the one that we had with the pink, the lovely rose pink? Same design, or?
Is it the same print? Let's have a look.
Right at the...
I think it's a little different.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
it is
different. Yeah, it's different.
This is a new one, though, I think.
That's
isn't it?
really nice
I
as
haven't
well.
seen that before.
Again, this one hasn't been on since 2020. Did you say 22? 23. £8.49, a half metre. I'd honestly grab that strawberry thief one because I think that's a mistake that they haven't altered the price point on it, but it's perfect because that's the only one that Stuart has suggested you definitely buy multiple units on the strawberry thief. Now, just to remind everybody, does the bag have a lining?
Does it have to have
Yes.
a lining? I think it probably does, but you could definitely experiment. The fact that what have you got against linings? Yeah.
I mean, the linings are £3.99, so I'd get some
I
lining
think it does.
for it.
I think it does deserve a lining. Yeah.
Maybe it's because you're thinking, oh, the reverse is nice, so does that mean I don't need a lining,
Yeah.
or I'd like to see this is my lining?
Yeah.
Is probably your thoughts.
Yeah.
But
Make the bag as is first time. I think you could experiment. I think you could potentially bind the seams inside and do like a sort of folded hem at the sides.
we've picked out a few of the lining fabrics, so but have a look to our web shop for any of the colours or to your stash, because you only need half a metre, but we put a few on the show today. Now, interfacings.
Yeah.
Normally when you're going straight away to bag making, you're thinking H640, you're thinking Bozels, you're thinking Decavos. You don't need any of that, do you?
No, you don't. No, if you're using tapestry, you don't need any interfacing at all if you don't want to.
Okay,
Now,
what have you suggested in the
have-
pattern?
I've put H250, which is a medium weight fusible interfacing.
I don't know if I've ever done H250. Is that a new...
Well, I found
to our
I
stock.
found it out, just in a haberdashery.
Okay.
And then I said, "Oh, can we get this in?" And the buyer said, "We sell it."
Oh.
Already. So it's like, oh, okay. I didn't know.
So it's obviously lighter weight than your H640. It's not a
No.
fleece.
It's like the kind of thing you'd use for collars and
Oh,
cuffs.
okay, brilliant. Now we've sold
But you
out on the
don't need it.
H240. So is there any other that you would? So yeah, like a medium.
Well, we have
weight.
the pre-cut packs. They're fine.
Yeah,
They're absolutely fine.
medium weight hemline interfacing.
Yeah, so one of those would be fine.
One
or you can
pack
leave out
enough?
the one pack's fine. Or you don't need anything at all, really. It's just I adds a little bit more structure. It's force of habit for
I was
me.
going to say it was more habit that you thought, right, I need to add interfacing.
Yeah.
$3.90. It's literally $3.99. You are going to use it at some point, even if you're thinking, actually, I don't think I need it for this bag. It's handy to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Should we have a look at some of the techniques?
Yeah.
With the lovely Bloomsbury bag.
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
And then just be aware there are some more tapestry fabrics underneath us that are underneath us on the web. You can find them on our pre-order page. Right. So what are you able to show us, Stuart?
Well, let me show you as much as I possibly can. Now, I have already cut out and pieced most of the outer bag. I suppose a top tip I would give when you're making a bag for the first time is actually to start with the lining.
Right.
Because often, if the lining is the same as the outer bag, if it's very different, then not. But if it's basically the same thing, then the lining is just a thin piece of cotton fabric. It's very easy to manipulate and use. But essentially, let me grab the lining and show you what you're going to do.
Is the lining exactly the same size as the
Yeah, it is.
main? Okay.
Yeah, it is. So what you're going to start off with, you've got full-size pattern pieces. And you've got your top band. Now, just notice with the top band that it slants outwards and is longer at the bottom than it is at the top. Now, on the pattern piece, it does tell you this is the bottom, this is the top. So just keep that in mind when you're putting it together, because it would be quite easy to think, oh, that looks lovely, and just sew it on.
Okay.
All right. Then, on your actual base of your bag, the lower half of your bag, if I just take these out, now I'm just going to take these out quite carefully because I want to keep the pins in to mark the position of my pleats. is you've got this big base and you've got positions along the top for your pleats. Now I'll just grab the pattern and show you.
And that's marked on the pattern.
Yes, so I've marked the pleats like this with 3 little lines and a bracket and also an arrow that shows the direction of the pleat. So all you're going to do, the middle mark is your centre mark. You're just going to take this pleat from here and follow the arrow and bring it to this mark here. So this would be your centre. So you've got 1, 2, 3, bring 1 to 3, there's your centre mark and pin it.
And you have 3 of those, do you?
You do.
Okay.
Sorry, you
So
have 4,
4.
2 either side, 2 either side. So I knew I'd regret taking those pins out.
Would you at home use some sort of like tailor's chalk or a pen to mark, to transfer these markings onto your fabric?
Yeah, you could do. I was doing this quickly, so I just very quickly marked them with pins.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to bob the pins in. There we go. So you've got this sort of nice, smart centre flat part, which again isn't going to disturb the flow of a print if you're using a print on the outside. And I've pinned those all in place. What I'm going to do now is just take this to my sewing machine.
Do you press pleats, Stuart, or not?
I don't.
No.
I don't. If
you
you
don't want it like, flat.
If you want a very, very tailored look, it depends on the fabric and on the application. I mean, you could do this bag in a fabulous kind of Chinese silk, patterned silk. Wow. And then very tailored pleats might look amazing.
Are you sewing this inside the seam allowance to basement? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going about 1/4 of an inch in, but remember that the seam allowance is 1/2 inch, so I've got quite a bit of leeway. Just make sure you take your pins out before you get to them. Don't sew over pins. Hate that sound.
Well, the thing is, I think it's, a lot of people do it out of, again, habit a little bit, but it could be, 1, you break a needle, or 2, if you break a needle and it pings out, it's really quite dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
In your eyes.
Right, so I've done that. So the next step is to sew the top band onto the base. So you've got your notches, which is the centre point, but you can also fold that, okay, to help you get everything lined up. But again, because this is more like dressmaking than it is patchwork, we can take a fairly organic approach to this.
This is quite a nice introduction. Anybody who's not done dressmaking before.
It's very gentle.
Yeah, it's not going to need to
gentle.
fit a person, but you're learning different skills, aren't you?
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, I'm not actually going to pin this. I'm going to start from the centre mark and I'm going to sew outwards. And I'm just going to match up my fabrics as I go. Okay, so I'm going to use the centre needle position, which is going to give me about 1/2 inch seam allowance. It doesn't have to be absolutely precise and exact. This is the nice thing with this bag. It's really quite a relaxed make.
That's why we said it'd be nice to take to a sewing group, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's only £9.99 for your pattern, and as always, Stuart always gives you a little bit extra for your patterns. Who gives you extra? Isn't that a song? Stuart. You also get the Bedford purse as well, remember. So you've got the bag and you've got the purse as well. And it is a beautiful bag. I'm thinking, going out for a nice lunch in the spring, especially in this lovely willow bower. Yes. And where's my purse gone?
Where's your purse? It's just here.
Thank you. There you go. So it's all complementing as well. But then you could make this again and again and again and again. Cotton fabrics, PU fabrics, add another little button or embroidery machine.
Yeah, you could.
Yes.
Well, that top band would be lovely actually to add a bit of embroidery
Yeah,
to.
gorgeous.
Really nice. Oh, I've managed to catch my piecing threads in there. What a mess. What a mess I've made. There we go. Right, so I'm just going to finger press that top band back, okay, like that. And you can see at the sides, if you overshoot slightly on the sides, just trim it.
Gosh, look at those scissors. Oh,
beasts, aren't they?
They are beasts. I've never seen scissors like that before. Wow.
What I'm going to do now is top
Okay.
stitch. So I've pushed the seam allowance upwards, and then I'm just going to top stitch. So increase your stitch length a little bit.
Are you repeating this process for the outer bag? more or less?
Exactly.
So this is great to do it on the lining first.
I think so. I think so. Yes.
Dry in, and once you've done it the once, you go like, right, I know what I'm doing now. And
Exactly.
It's gonna be really neat on the outside.
Much more relaxed and easy to do it that way. So I've top stitched that in place. Okay. So I've got my top band, and I'm going to repeat the process with my second lining piece. So I've already basted my pleats in place. So I'm going to start again, make sure that I've got this span the right way up. Nearly. That's better. Bob the pin in there, and I'm going to sew out from there and then out from there. And if I need to trim the ends off, I can do that. I've allowed that wiggle factor, which...
I was thinking about the situation with or without lining.
Yeah.
You would have to think about how you do your straps as well, wouldn't you? Because I'm presuming does this sit berries in between the lining?
Yes.
Yeah,
But,
so
of
I'm
course-
thinking lining, definitely lining.
Yeah, but also as well, if you don't want to put the straps in, if you've got some leather or faux leather sew-on,
Yeah.
they would look amazing on this bag.
Oh, yeah, the
Really
ones with
cool.
the pre-punched holes.
Yeah, yeah. You could also put some little D-rings and tabs at either end, and then have a removable shoulder strap if you like to wear a bag on your shoulder.
Or a longer one.
Which I do, yeah. Yeah, you could do a crossbody. You could even make the handles removable. There's loads you can do with this bag. It's just a good base shape. Now, what there isn't on this bag are any pockets. And I deliberately didn't put any pockets inside. Oh, look at that. Do you know, more haste, less speed today, I think. I deliberately didn't put pockets in this bag because you have got those pleats.
Okay.
And adding pockets could slightly interfere with the workings of those pleats,
Right.
or the workings of the pocket. So I was just a little bit, I decided not to put any pockets in. So I'll just quickly sew back over that. But you could if you wanted to, but you just got to be aware of where the preats are.
Now, you didn't have to unpick that whole seam. You
Oh,
just
gosh,
unpicked
no.
those couple of stitches.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't catch.
There we go, that's fine. And so same again, I'm going to... I never catch threads in my seams. What am I doing today?
Today's the day.
It really is. Hurrah!
You're human.
Yes, I am. It's true. Oh, do you know, I've just been to the Stitch Festival in Islington for a few days, and I met so many wonderful people. Lots of our on-air guests were there.
Oh, lovely.
Lots of our lovely customers were there too. I had so many jolly chats. It was just ace.
I went to the
Really
Creative Craft Show in the NEC, and that was a lovely one as
wonderful.
well.
Oh, yes.
It's so nice to see everybody, isn't it? I forgot how much I love going to the events, the exhibitions.
Yeah, it was a terrific few days.
Oh, nice.
And I got really, really inspired, actually, Vix, to do more dressmaking.
I was going to ask you, just seeing you doing your pleats here, do you still do dressmaking for yourself?
It's very rare. It's very rare these days, but I have been really inspired to.
Why don't I hear Stuart Hillard dressmaking pattern calling?
Ooh,
I bet that
takes
takes a lot of work with the grading, doesn't it?
I think so. Right, now I'm going to kind of jump slightly ahead here.
Okay.
I'm just going to quickly talk through what you would do next on the lining. There we go.
Oh, there's over 80 of you who've got the pattern in your basket. Well done to the hundreds of you, and I mean hundreds and hundreds of you have already got it. This demo has been very helpful. Thank you for giving me more confidence to try. Oh,
Erica, you've got it. You've got it. 100%. 100%.
go for it. Hello, lovelies. Is the pattern beginner friendly?
Very much so. Very much so. It is big pattern pieces. Okay, so no measuring. Very little in the way of marking as well. Very, very straightforward and easy. You're not having to worry about sewing through multiple thick layers of foam or anything like that either. There's no tricky fastenings. It's all really, really straightforward. But you end up with this lovely stylish bag.
Yeah.
So you'd be proud of it.
Yeah, it
but
doesn't look
it's
like
an
a
easy make.
beginner tote bag.
No.
Do you know what I mean? It's not. It's much more than that. But you're right. A lot of bag making, you're seeing all sorts of different elements to
Yeah.
it. And this, you know, is straightforward. As a beginner, it's truly achievable. But also, as a very accomplished bag maker, you're going to be able to learn some new techniques as well with the pleats as well.
You will. So on your lining, the next thing you would do is just, whatever you're doing, you'd want a bit of interfacing, a little bit of interfacing. And you just pop a square on the wrong side in the centre there. And this is where you would install your magnet. So if you're going to use a magnet, you'll pop that on the back, make a mark, pop your little snips, and then you'll put that through.
We have the
from
little,
right side.
you don't need any specialist tools or anything.
No,
do
no,
you?
just your fingers.
If you have a green machine, great. If you don't, then get yourself a little magnetic snap for only £2.99. This is what is amazing. We're hopefully inspiring so many people to have a go at bag making without breaking the bank. You can get a William Morris beautiful tapestry bag at the end of it, which you're going to use, which you are absolutely going to use. Fabulous.
Yeah, absolutely. And then once you've got the pattern, again, you'll make it again and again and again. And you can make and sell my patterns up to 300 of any one project. So you can make up to 300 of these bags.
You are quids in.
The only reason why I say that is just to stop, not that I expect they ever would, a factory coming along and say, oh, we'll have that.
Yeah.
And put it into mass production.
But that's amazing, isn't it? Because if you're making to sell, how popular are these going to be on craft fairs or, you know, artisan lovely... We're getting to that time of year, aren't we, where everyone's going out and doing their craft fairs. These would be beautiful in all different fabrics.
Yes, they really would. And again, a nice quick make, once you got the hang of it, a very quick make, that you could really sort of churn out.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you have to think about your outgoings, don't you, when
do.
when you're making to sell? You have to think about what it's costing you to make it, and the time.
That's right.
Is a big element.
So let me show you how I put this together now. So this is the outer bag. So once I've done the front and the back, okay, and you can see those pleats, and I have interfaced this, but again, you don't have to if you don't want to. I've then pinned this together. Now, there are some side notches on your pattern. I've marked them with little clips. Don't go too far into your fabric, or you could put a bit of tailor's chalk or something like that, or even just a pin. And you're going to start sewing at the notch.
Okay.
You want to reverse back. You're using that 1/2 inch seam allowance to sew all the way around to the second notch and reverse. Now, it's not to the band. It's below that.
Okay.
This is what creates that wide opening bag. Because if we just sewed right to the top, we've got just that much smaller opening.
Yeah, yeah.
So just remember that. Now, once you've stitched that, I then went in with my trusty pinking shears.
Fabulous.
And I cut around the curves.
We've got
and I
pinking
trimmed
shears.
the seam allowance back.
Like you said, this is a fabric that frays a lot as well. So is this is it helpful?
It's not for fraying. It's not for that. You're absolutely right. You could use this on fabric to stop fraying, but this is really notching the curve.
Right.
You could get in there with little scissors.
It'd take you
so
ages.
much quicker.
Brilliant. The pinking shears are only £16.99, and you'll use these. Yeah, for
One
loads of
pair's
projects.
for life.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pinking shears are for life, not just Christmas. So once you've done that, you can then turn the bag through to the right side. And you know you're actually really close to finishing. When you get to this stage, you're actually really close to finishing the bag. So you can see it's not a difficult or a long make. Right, so the next stage, now, obviously it's all in the pattern, so read the pattern first and stick to what I've said. So these open raw edges, we need to deal with these next. So what we're going to do, move that out the way. I've trimmed away a little bit of the extra fabric there, just to reduce the bulk in this area. And then I've folded in a 1/2 inch seam allowance, okay?
Right.
Like that. Now, I'm going to grab my 505 glue stick. Now, on my original, I actually got the needle and thread out, Vix, and I hand basted.
Right.
But you don't have to. I mean, with some fabrics that aren't as springy, you could just press them.
Do you want
like
it to
your
have that
lining.
hold like that as opposed to using a clip, though?
Well, the thing is, you're pressing this seam allowance in.
Yeah.
Let me stick a pen in while the glue dries. I would normally get my iron on it, but I didn't set an iron up for myself for some reason. And you do that on
This glue's great,
all
by the
four
way.
sides. I love it.
Because if
I
you
love
know how much you use your Soline glue pen, but how many refills you need, this is brilliant. Now, that's very blue.
It's very blue, but
Does
it
it
dries
dry very
clear.
clear?
It dries
Oh my
very
God.
clear.
I'm pleased you said that because it does it very blue.
It's very, very blue. I always wanted my hair that colour blue. When I was younger. Oh, it was the one colour I didn't dye my hair, actually. Every other colour. So you'll do that on all four sides. So you push that seam allowance in.
Now, that's a temporary glue. It's not Pritt stick. That is
No,
a fabric.
it's a fabric
temporary glue.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, actually, on the original bag, what I did was hand basted.
Yeah.
I pressed it and then I hand basted.
Okay.
So you neaten those sides, but not the top edge, not at this point. Okay. So next thing you're going to do then is to add on your handles.
Okay.
Now you're going to measure in from the side, and this is why you have to fold it first, because you measure in from that folded edge. Okay. Pin your handle in place. Now, I am always so careful when I do this that there's no twist in the handle, because you don't want to make a bag and then find that you've sewn the handle on with a twist in it. Ask me how I know, Vix. So you do that on both sides. So again, you'll measure in. Now, of course, I'm measuring with my eyes, but you could measure with a tape measure. Honestly, I do that every time, though, because I did once stitch it, and actually it's for my next book. I'll confess now, it was for my next book, which is called Make 100 Bags. So this is the new book that's going to be out this year.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Make 100
Make 100 bags. That's the name of the book. This bag is not in there. This bag is not in there.
I don't know how you have all of these ideas.
Well,
Just wake up and think, right, there's a bag. Got to write that down.
I do. Well, the thing I'm just basting this in place now. Do you know? I think the thread might have come out. Oh no, it hasn't. Yeah, as I'm making something, everything that I make, I am thinking, oh gosh, now if I did that and did that, that would be an interesting direction. And I'm already planning and plotting out the next project. So, yeah, I'm always I dream about making things.
And what were you saying about, so you measuring with your eyes and to do with the book?
Oh yeah, no, just in the book, I've actually, one of the bags, the handle, the strap is twisted.
Oh.
But I made sure when we but I'd finished it.
Photographing everything. Have you designed all 100 of them?
The book's done. The book's, I mean, we photographed it last year.
Oh my gosh!
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. And when is it launching?
Well, so I will have advance copies at Festival of Quilts, and then we will launch it here on my 4th birthday weekend.
Yeah.
So at the end of August. But it doesn't officially come out until the middle of September.
Oh, wow.
So you can get your early copy from Sewing Street, don't worry.
Fabulous.
Right, so I have now basted the handles in place. So you really get a sense now of this bag. Okay, so what you would do then is at this point then, you're going to turn the seam allowance down like this.
Right, now is this where it does get a little bit bulky with your machine? Did you feel that you needed a walking foot on, or?
I still
No?
didn't.
No?
No, I still didn't. You could, absolutely. If you want to put a walking foot on, you absolutely can, but I didn't, and I didn't feel the need to. So that just all folds down now, all nice and neatly, but you can see that the handles are still sticking up. And again, this is where either your glue stick or your hand basting.
Yeah.
You could hand baste this, whichever suits you better. And if you are using a fabric that takes a crease really well, like quilt weight cotton, then you wouldn't need to do any of that. You can literally just press it and it will all hold nicely in place. So I'll just turn this edge down as well. And again, you don't have to be too particular about your seam allowance. If you do a 5/8 of an inch, if as long as you do it on both, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right, so this is, we're almost done, okay? So this is the outer bag.
Okay.
Right, now what you're going to do, I'll just
So I don't stitch this yet?
No, you don't stitch it. No,
you
you
get
don't
your
stitch it.
lining, which you've already done.
Yes, so you get your lining, and you're going to make up the lining in exactly the same way, okay? So obviously you'll have your magnet in place, you'll stitch all around from notch to notch, then you're going to turn back and press and neaten your seam allowance at the sides, just pressed and open. Same here. And then when that's done, what you'll do is you'll put your lining inside the bag, okay?
Right sides together.
Wrong sides
Wrong
together.
sides together.
So close, Vic.
Oh.
So close. So you had a 50. You had one job. Right. So obviously, this is going to be folded and pressed. This is going to be folded and pressed.
Yeah.
So what you will do is you will bring those neatened edges together. Okay. So you've got a neatened edge here.
Nice.
You see, that's all neat.
Pin that.
Pin it, yeah, pin it, clip it, all around the top as well. And then all you do, I'm going to grab my original bag now, is you are going to sew. And you're going to sew from here, and you sew along here, and across the top.
Just like a top
Down,
stitch.
yeah, just a top stitch, and it's catching the lining and the outer.
Oh, so you don't have to do any birthing of the bag
No.
and leaving a gap and
There's
all
no
of this.
birthing. There's no birthing.
Fabulous.
No birthing. Down, up, and around the other side, and back to where you started. Now, if you think, oh no, Stuart, no. I don't think so. No, I don't. No. You can 100% needle and thread, hand sew round that top. It'd probably take you about 20 minutes, that's all.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. If you don't fancy trying to sew around it, but that is also a very straightforward and easy job.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's nice to have options.
Definitely.
It's nice
And that's all in the instructions,
yeah,
isn't it?
and that's it. And that is it. Job done.
Amazing.
Bag's
Honestly,
made.
it's such a gorgeous bag. And so different. I don't know how. You've done it again. Another completely different bag. New techniques. Really achievable. Really affordable. And what a great way. I feel like some people have got, my brain, I wish, I honestly, I just said, I sometimes think my brain is underperforming. Why don't I have all of these ideas?
Oh, no. It's just about, I bet you dream about chords and harmonies.
Oh, I've got
songs you
so
wanna
many
sing.
lyrics. If I could just get rid of all of those lyrics of 90s Spice Girls songs. I know every lyric to every song in the world.
But it's just what we do every day. I make things every day, so I think in fabric,
I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? And you've got all of the instructions, all of the photographs. You don't need to be worrying about measuring, with a ruler out your sizes, because I know that's quite sometimes overwhelming, isn't it? Whereas this, you have got your templates. They're all full size. You just need to stick them together for both bags. Don't forget, we're making the Bloomsbury bag and also the Bedford purse, all included, which also has beautiful techniques. Would you do the bag first and then this one, or
you could do either? I mean, the thing is, on the Bedford purse, it's very similar technique. So you've got the bottom, which you make the pleats. Now there's 3 pleats either side of the centre rather than 2 this time. So there's more pleats. You sew your top band on, you top stitch. You do front and back the same. You do the same with the lining. The only difference is that you sew the lining and the outer piece to either side of a zip. So you don't join the front and back of the bag together to start with.
Okay.
You sew the front plus the lining to the zip, the back plus the lining to the zip. And then, if I just show you the picture, you open everything out here so that you've got outer bag to outer bag, lining to lining. You have to leave a bag. There's a berth this time. Sew all the way around, leave the gap, and then turn your bag through.
Right.
We actually decided at one of my workshops recently that we preferred hatching. We were hatching the
not
bag.
birthing. Yeah, let's change it. Let's do it. We'll officially do it here as well. I like that too. Morning all. Love, love, love this bag, Stuart. Perfect for my tapestry fabric stash. So many of us have got a tapestry fabric stash that you probably don't know what to do with. This is brilliant. Looks simple, but very stylish.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That's really kind, Joanne. And also as well, you know, it is perfect because you probably bought those tapestries in half-metre pieces.
He's a wizard, Wendy. He's a wizard. Stuart, you are a bag wizard. I love this bag.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. That's really kind. I've had so much fun designing and making this. And I took it along, actually. I made it in the morning, and then at lunchtime, I took it along to Howden Quilt Group, who meet at Drax Power Station.
Oh, cool.
I know. And showed them the bag. And they were like, so if you're watching this morning, Howden Quilt Group.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Deputy Joan, as well.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? I bet everybody loved it.
Yeah.
Shall we do the tapestry that it's been made out of? Oh, that one's sold out, that one's sold out. Have we got this one? Yes, right. Now this one, do I need to be buying multiple units to create this fussy cut look?
No, so I cut that out, no problem.
Oh yeah, look, you got plenty of repeats, haven't you?
All I would say is, because I wanted this in the centre, okay, it does mean that what you've got left to make the Bedford, you just have to take potluck.
Yeah. Oh, it's
whatever's left at the end.
£8.49.5 metre. Remember, it's 140 wide. It is just tapestry fabric, and it is designed especially. This bag is designed especially with tapestry in mind. So if you've got any of your tapestry fabrics in your stash as well, you'll be able to make loads of these. I love that. Now, a couple of tapestries we didn't get a chance to show earlier. Let's quickly whiz those through now. We did this one, we did this one, we did the big scale print. We did our favourite. Is that all gone?
Of course.
I love that. This one was ridiculous price. This one we haven't done. This ends in 59.
Oh, yeah, no, I nearly used that one.
That's lovely.
Yeah, really cool.
There you go. £8.49.5 metre and super affordable. Sorry, can you hear sort of the bowling alley upstairs? They don't believe in lifting furniture.
No, why would you?
Over the
Why would
studio.
you?
You probably can't even hear it at home.
This one I might be inclined to buy 2 units, simply because I think it's such a symmetrical design. I think you would want to centre your pieces for that quite carefully. You could get it out of half a metre, of course you could, but it depends. If this motif you want along the bottom and it was cut and that bit was along the top, would that matter? I don't know.
No, yeah, personal preference. And it's also, look, if your budget allows, go for it. Get a couple of units. This is such fabulous value for money. And if you've got the pattern, make yourself, multiple.
Well, to be fair, your mate's going to say to you, oh, can you make me one of those, please?
That's it. Now, we also have this one with lovely orange. Is it this one with the blue?
I think that one.
Look, they're both, are they the same print?
No.
No, that's the snake's head one, isn't it? This one's with the big orange flowers.
Oh, gosh, that's amazing.
Oh, and think about your projects in mind as well. Like Stuart said, dressmaking, lovely jackets or waistcoats with this. Cushions, brilliant. Bag making, imagine some of your other projects that you've got. What other projects spring to mind of using tapestry fabric?
Well, if you've got bags for life, definitely things like the Weekender bag.
Yes.
Also, the Beach Hobo bag would look amazing done in this. A sewing machine cover would be awesome. Because again, you've got the protective, thicker quality of the fabric that's, more robust.
It's always good for things like, draft excluders and, door stops, things like that. Brilliant.
But only if it's in the shape of a sausage dog. The draft excluder. And it has to be stuffed with tights.
Sorry, I forgot to ask, but could you use leather handles that I saw on the outside of the bag?
Could you? Oh, yes.
That you sew on the outside of the bag,
Brilliant idea, Joanne. Yeah. So literally, make the whole bag, top stitch all the way round, so make the bag in its entirety, and then sew the handles on last, and that would look absolutely beautiful.
Now there was this one, which is the snake's head. It's the only one in this print, the only colourway that we have. I love that. I absolutely love that.
Really
and again,
gorgeous.
I would multi-buy on this one because you would fussy cut, wouldn't you? Yes, navy blue lining.
Yeah, you would want to fussy cut something like that in the
6
centre.
units, yeah.
And as I say, when you're thinking about placement, if you think that I deliberately didn't put a pleat down the centre so that your fabric remains true, your design will read true in the centre where it counts.
Right. Now, I can't go without mentioning that this is the only one that has got a really, really naughty price attached to it. And I've got a feeling they could change it after today.
Yes.
So if you want it, it's $7,999, $7.99 half metre. Now, we're buying it in at a higher price. That's the reason this hasn't been on for a couple of years, so it's obviously stuck at the same price point. And this is the one that you would say, actually multi-buy, because you want to have this lovely... you want to,
I think I would.
You don't want to take a punt and just hope that your strawberry thief element is lower down.
Yeah.
Get yourself a couple of units to make sure that you've got enough to be able to be picky.
Yeah, because again, if you think if the
motif.
pleats were here at the top,
Yeah, you don't want to lose
it's gonna distort. Whereas if this design was here on the bag, lower, then it wouldn't distort at all.
I mean, don't get me wrong, half a metre is ample enough. You will have enough to be able to make the bag.
Yeah.
The outer, then you need half a metre for your lining, your webbing, interfacing. I believe we've gone through all of the different options now with your tapestry. So well done, everybody has got something, but just be aware that will probably go back up in price. Thank you so much,
Oh, it's a
Stuart.
pleasure, and I look forward to seeing your Bloomsburys and Bedfords.
Yeah, excited. Also, quilt behind me in the next hour. This is really clever how they've done this.
Very clever. It is 3 simple blocks. Yes, it's blocks. Very, very easy. Total beginner project. And so gorgeous.
I love it.
Isn't it stunning?
The price on this, by the way, I'm just going to throw caution to win and let you know. If you want to go to the web now, is it already set at price, Hannah? It's going lower. It is going lower. You've got to stay tuned. It's set at $199 at the moment. It's got a massive crash. Massive. I mean, it's going to be like the grand finale vibe of the day.
Yeah. And it is so cool. It's really lovely. Thank you, everyone, for your support this hour, by the way. It's been fab.
I love that we've got something so different every single hour. How stunning is this?
Absolutely incredible.
You've got velvet, you've got the panels, you've got all of the kits coming up, enough to make 2 cushion fronts if you want to get ahead. Delphine's eagerly waiting in the wings. Do not go anywhere. We're back with her brand new, beautiful Strawberry Thief cushion right after this.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you could have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Oh my gosh, I am loving today. Isn't it brilliant? The only problem is, as we were saying, is there's almost too much choice. This is so exciting. Sorry to anybody who is watching going, oh my gosh, I wasn't going to buy today, because you have to get involved today. It's amazing. Delphine, Stuart Hillard, of course, we say it every time, they're both here. Like, they've done it again. The bag pattern absolutely flew out. This is going absolutely wild in the aisles. Now, we've got three kits available. The kit that you're seeing on screen right now is the blue. We've brought it straight in because it has been flying out on pre-order. Now, just to make it clear at that price as well, how amazing value this is, you are going to be able to do 2 cushions. You're going to be able to do 2 cushion fronts. You've got enough velvet and enough fabric on your panel. And in fact, actually, so you've got the backing on the panel. Let me show you why Delphine was saying, do you know what, actually, you might be able to get 2 cushion backs, because look at how much of this green you get. I mean, you're getting loads. Absolutely loads. So you could actually potentially, you might have to piece it or, you know, add a little bit of your own fabric, but that is so much fabric on this panel alone. All of those gorgeous strawberry patch fabric. I love the fact that they've used like the strawberry, look, the little strawberry plants here, and your strawberries at the bottom there. And your ginghams and your hearts. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. You could put 2 maybe here of the real looking ones, the digital images, and then use your reds to do on the other cushion front if you wanted to.
And as well.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Right, so if you didn't hear Delphine, she says she's got the strawberry template in the pattern as well. So you've got the full panel. And then you've also got, look at this beautiful plush velvet, loads of it, loads of it. Enough to be able to do 2 cushions. It's stunning. But it's all of those elements. Let's have a look at the pattern, because this is what is so clever about getting a Delphine, one of Delphine's patterns, is that you are going to get all of her amazing templates, of course, to do this gorgeous strawberry tree. Just so you know, once everybody's checked out, over 70 of these kits have gone. It's a polyester velvet. It's beautiful to sew with. We'll talk about it with Delphine of how you might want to prepare yourself, prepare your fabrics to work with the different cottons and velvets and things. So you've got your step-by-step instructions, photographs as well. You've got your placement guide. So this isn't your templates, that's just your placement guide. But then here, really helpful, isn't it? Especially when bits overlap, to know exactly where they're going to go. And then you've got all of your gorgeous full-size templates. You just need to stick these 2 pages together for your tree. Oh, I love it. And then Delphine's obviously added those beautiful beads as well that are going to just give you that lovely end sparkle. Few French knots, bit of embroidery, optional pom-poms as well. But how plush is this? And the fact that you can make 2 for under £30, I think is amazing. I love the shape of this. It's one of those cushions that I think you will have on your favourite armchair that will just sit right in that little lower part of your back that sometimes gets a bit cold. Sometimes you just want that extra support at the bottom of your back, don't you? The chair, I love it. Loads of people are going through for this. Whilst you're going through for this colourway, I just want to reintroduce... Oh, I say reintroduce, I haven't brought them in. I want to introduce the beads. Now, nice little backpack of your bugle beads, and they are super, super effective on the cushion. I was talking to our buying team the other day about our my birthday show, and I was saying I really want to try and do a little bit of a bringing all of our sister channels, all of the different bits together. And I was looking on Jewellery Maker at all the beads, because we never get the chance to do it. So grab these whilst you can. Delphine's projects are notorious for adding a little bit of bead embroidery or adding, you know, a little bit of zhuzh. The end result is just elevated, isn't it? So get yourself the lovely gold beads, the bugle beads. You're getting loads of them in there for £1.99. It's worth just adding them in, isn't it? It does really, really elevate the cushion. So I love that. And the pom-pom trim that Delphine's used is this one. Let me just show you. It's exactly the same as the one that Delphine's used. You'll have loads left over, even if you're making your 2 cushions. This colour is about to sell out, but there are other colours underneath us on the website as well. It comes on these big sort of bolts, doesn't it? So you're getting 11 metres. So, yeah, great just to have in your workroom. You'll use those again. They're about to sell out. It's very busy, very, very busy. Right, the navy bundle, let's quickly check stock. If you're checking out, once everybody has checked out, oh, we're in single figures. I mean, that's virtually a sellout. If you want the pattern, your gorgeous velvet, and your massive panel, which is exclusively designed for us for this project as well. Enough to be able to do. Now, Delphine, I might as well just talk to you because you are here and you've done it already, you designed it. Do you think that this would be enough to be able to do 2 envelope backs? Or am I going to need to do a little bit of...
You might need to do a bit of patching, but there's enough velvet that you could even do like a half envelope back using the green and the other half using the velvet.
That's a good idea. That is a really good idea. So yes, you're going to be able to make 2 full cushions.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you've loved designing this one.
Yeah, it's yeah, well, you know what I'm like with applique and just cutting and sticking. Yeah.
I just find though, the end results, you just say, oh, it's just, you know, a bit of cutting and sticking. But it's having Delphine's instructions and her, you know, patterns. We're so used to it because we're in this Delphine bubble that this is what we do. But when I was watching you at the Creative Craft Show, the Stitches, I was sat doing the jewellery making workshop.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
And the lady who I was sat with, her name's Ruth, she might be watching, Crafty Ruth. Ruth was saying, pulling all of her friends in, going, this is the lady I was telling you about. Look, she's created this by adding fabrics together. And she was explaining to, and we're so used to it here, but the end results of your applique designs are iconic, aren't they?
Oh, you're very kind, aren't you?
They are
Thank you very much.
amazing. That end result is so cool. I love it. Shall we show you some more colourways? So am I right in saying you're getting the same panel?
Yeah.
And the same panel?
Yeah.
Sorry, same panel and same instructions.
Yeah.
The only difference is the colour of your velvet. So this time, it's the wine. Look at that. Oh my gosh, and it is lovely. Anybody who's never worked with velvet before?
Oh, it's really, really lovely to work with.
Is it?
It doesn't fray. It's not one
Okay.
of those ones that you cut and it just goes all over your sewing room. So it doesn't fray. It's really easy to work with.
It doesn't have stretch to it, does it?
No, not at all. And just make sure that when you're going to iron onto it, just have something like an off-cut piece of fabric or an applique mat or something like that.
Okay, so don't put your iron directly onto it.
No.
But, I mean, it is so soft. I think it would concern me if I was thinking, oh gosh, it's really stretchy or it's going to be really slippy. But no, it's lovely to work with.
Really lovely, yeah.
And to applique
Really.
on top of as well.
Yeah.
But when you say you can't iron it, what do you do about your Bonder web?
Oh well, you would do iron. Yeah, you can iron onto it. Just be careful to not scorch the
Use
fabric.
use your applique mat.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Now that's with the lovely claret or wine colourway. And once again, I remind you, that's wide. So you get 1 unit of this, which is enough to be able to do 2 cushions. Then you're also getting your panel included, which has got this huge, beautiful green panel. And then so many of your patchwork fabrics to be able to use for your applique. I like the idea of doing the little gingham heart, you know, the little heart print for your strawberries as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so all the templates are in there, so you can just trace and use those reds on the bottom instead if you wanted to.
Right, so I have plenty of this fabric as well to be able to do 2 of these seams.
Yeah, you just might have to choose, be careful like the placement of where you put your tree.
Yeah.
But then apart from that, that's...
I think that's going to look lovely in the red as well. That one's very, very popular. Grab it whilst you can. You've got your panel, you've got your velvet, and you've got your instructions. And then finally, the green velvet. We're not going to see this made up, but this one's also going to look beautiful. Yeah, you can't go wrong with this. We're going to see lots of
I love
tips
the
of
green.
ways
Green's
that
my
you can-
favourite colour though.
That looks so nice.
So it's very, very nice. Very luxurious.
They'd be nice on a bed as well, wouldn't they? If you've got 2 of them next to each other on a bed, or as I say, in on a special chair. If you've got a nice armchair, you've got a lovely armchair in your, haven't you? This would be really nice. $29.99 for olive colourway. Your instructions, sorry, that's really took me. And you've also got your panel as well. And you've got the strawberries at the bottom. So if you want to literally fussy cut those and stitch those on, then you've got the little 4 strawberries, little straws. Like an armchair, you know, like the nice, no, like a, what's it called? Like an accent chair or something. I can't even tell you what they're saying in my ear, sorry. We'll do a documentary one day of what I have to deal with in my ear. Right, so your pattern isn't available on its own. It is!
I was going to say you can, yeah.
Yes, it is, because you've got the templates in there, so you can do it on its own. Right, now, grab these whilst you can, because there are definitely so many of you who are going to want it. Could I do it all in quilting cotton?
Yep, you can do it in quilting cottons, you can do it in felt, you can do it in absolutely anything.
Lovely. It does look nice with the velvet, doesn't it? It looks really nice. June's got one of the kits. I just bought the navy cushion. I have never worked with velvet before, but at that phenomenal price, it would be rude not to. Isn't it a brilliant price for 2 cushions? Brilliant. Thank you very much, June. June, why not give it a go first? If you've never worked with velvet, would you say have a go, make one with, have a look through your scrap fabrics, or it's a good scrap buster actually, isn't it?
Oh yeah, because it's just tiny little pieces, so it's nice and easy, and it's also really easy to put together.
Oh, nice. I like the shape of this cushion.
And you can
Easy
choose
to find an inner.
Yeah, or you can choose to do it square, so you can have it just to fit any cushion really.
It's 18 inches by 15 inches. You always get a larger inner.
Yeah,
stuff in it,
always by about 2 inches. So you can always cut it. You can always cut it down. And if you've got a 20-inch square cushion, just take inner. Just take some out and just take 2 inches off the top, and it will fit in.
Very nice. There you go, top tip. But it does give you that really lovely plush finish to your cushion. It's gorgeous, isn't it? £9.99 for your pattern. Everybody's loving the pattern. Don't forget, you do get all of your templates included. Will you trace these off?
Yeah, just trace them straight onto some Bondweb.
Straight onto Bondweb.
Yeah, and also because this one is symmetrical, you can just draw it on the normal side of the Bondweb as you would. So and Nick's even put the reverse pattern in there, so you haven't got to worry about tracing it on one side and then on the other. Yeah.
Okay, so you've got both there. Brilliant. Now we also have available the digital download option. So if you want to get started with it today, now, then we can get digital. I want to get digital. There you go. That should be the jingle. Can we work on that, Bruce, that we bring in a jingle of us singing, want to get digital? £9.99. Right, I'm going to put it to Alan. I'm going to do it to Alan because I feel like that's something Hobby Maker would do, wouldn't they? They'd be doing the full workout video to let's get digital, explaining the digital download. Would you want to be involved?
No.
You can be our instructor.
No, you'll be all right.
Delphine's our instructor. Stuart used to be
I know,
instructor as well.
Yeah, we both taught step.
There you go. We've got all of the cast ready for the video. We could do it today. We could do it today after the show. Oh yeah. Hannah's going to get her bouncing. She's been going trampoline and she's been doing bounce, which is you know the exercise on the trampolines. If you want to see someone doing it in the wrong timing, the timing different to everyone else, she says that I'm the person to do. She says I'm burning the calories, but I'm doing a completely different routine to everyone. So there your digital download. Just hit purchase once. Our system hasn't updated the fact that you won't pay your postage packaging, but as long as this is your only item during the day, then you won't pay P&P. It will just be automatically entered into your Sewing Street account. We just can't take it out of the graphics for today in case you purchase something else. Right, obviously the blue is going to be first to sell out because we're seeing it here. As soon as you see this coming together in that lovely wine colour as well. We'll start with the demo if that's all right, and then any things that you mention as we go along we can refer to, because obviously you're going to need some Bondweb.
Yeah, definitely Bondweb.
Okay.
Yeah, and a pen.
Bondweb and a pen that's not a heat erasable pen.
Yeah, don't do that mistake. I've done that before. We've all done it, I'd like to think. So we've got the full-size template. So what we're going to do to trace off the tree, you just put your tree template underneath, and there's no need to really cut these out the booklet either. So you just do the one page, which is the lower part of the trunk, and then you can just change your page and then just line it up on your pattern, and then
Oh,
you
I
trace
see.
the rest. So
So you don't even need to stick them together. Perfect. I presume you probably have the really big roll of underweb, but we've got the 5-metre roll today, which if you know that you like applique, if you like Delphine's projects, it's definitely worth getting in. I don't know if it's any more of a saving really to buy in packs, but it's convenience, isn't it? Maybe it's a little bit more of a saving to get that. The smaller pack, you might have to attach pieces together. They come in a long strip, you see, so to do the tree, this is probably going to be the easiest to work with. This is 5 metres by 30 centimetres.
yeah, it'll be easier.
Okay.
So then I'm going to just roughly cut that out.
Okay, so not up to the lines that you've done.
No, just always roughly cut it out at first. I often see, especially when I'm doing workshops, people will be going round and cutting out the line perfectly just to then stick it onto the fabric, to then do it again, you know? And then obviously the bondweb can move a little bit, and the last thing you want to do is trace it all out again, because you've only got to cut it out nicely once.
Oh, Delphine, do you have a separate little rotary cutter that you use for your bondweb?
Yeah, well, yeah. It's just easy to cut out. I'm quite
That's a good idea,
I
actually,
quite like
isn't it?
using
A
the.
little rotary cutter. We've got the 28mm ones on the show today.
So then you just choose what fabric you want to use. So on the panel, like I said, we've got this big rectangle.
You tell us which fabrics to use
No,
in each part.
the only reason I don't is because obviously the different colourways is that you would put things in different places. So if I was you, just choose your favourite bits.
But you would definitely use this cream for the tree, so this one here.
So yeah, so you might want to, if you were going to do the tree, if you were going to make 2, then you might need to do a scrap buster or do sew some bits together to get it. So I'm just going to attach my tree onto my fabric. There we are. So make sure with any applique work, make sure you work with a really hot iron, just to make sure that that bondweb sticks well. And then you can cut out your tree.
Now this is on the line, is that right?
Yeah. Of course you can, if you want to, use a pair of scissors, but I find that this is just a lot quicker. And you'll put a bit of bondweb on the back of those strawberries, and you can just fussy cut those out. Or if you're doing the pattern on its own, if you bought the pattern on its own, there is templates for you to trace the strawberries.
Yeah, it'd be nice to do little gingham strawberries, wouldn't it?
So just quickly. And of course you've still got all the rest of this fabric to use if you want to. I think I used some of these bits for the acorns on the blue one.
Oh yeah, you did, yeah. I'm so pleased you've done the birds for us. Who was it that you said couldn't draw birds? Kaffe doesn't do birds. Oh, William Morris. Well, what do you mean? Have we got somebody else on Strawberry Thief to draw the birds? Fun fact.
Oh, right. You learn it all here, don't you? It's like every day's a school day. Okay. So, and the one thing I know that I didn't prep in was these little twigs that come out of the tree for the strawberries. So I'm just going to quickly trace those off.
Do you need to do that on the bias to get that curve?
No, just
Okay.
no, because once the bondweb sticks to it, it goes all nice and rigid anyway. As you can see, I'm not doing this very tidily, but it doesn't matter. And there's your strawberry templates there as well, if you want those. So I'm just going to quickly cut that off and choose a nice green. I think I might actually just use this backing anyway. It's
Oh
only-
yeah, you could use your own fabric for the backing and use the green for the trees. couldn't
Yeah,
you?
could use as green for the tree, yeah.
So you're ironing the bond web onto the back of your fabric, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, always iron your bond web on the wrong side of the fabric. Again, people who are new to bond web or applique, you're bound to at least once going to press it onto the wrong side. But we've all done it. So then I'm just going to cut these little twigs out. There we go. So that's one. You can see just using a rotary cutter is quite handy. If you're quite confident in using one for cutting it out, it does make your life a lot easier. But when you're doing smaller sections such as this, you might just want to go in there with your scissors just to cut those off.
All of the bundles are the same in terms of panel and instructions. The only difference is the velvet colour. But you do get you can't get the panel on its own, can you? The only way of getting...
I don't think so.
No, the only way of getting the panel is in your kits. And it is really good value for money. Really good value for money with that velvet as well. If your instructions are £10, your panel's normally, what, 15 or 20? So fantastic, fantastic value for under 13. You can make 2 cushions.
Right then, so there's some of my pieces. So I'm going to now start putting it together. I'll just tidy up.
How do you organise yourself in this moment? Because there's lots of smaller pieces that you've got to sort of remember. Do you cut them as you go?
Yeah, cut them as you go, or get yourself these little bags and just pop them to one side, and then just make sure you keep it all together, because otherwise it is going to go everywhere.
Go walkies. You even have it here, don't you? By the time you've come in here.
Oh, all the time.
It's gone.
All the time. I'm bound to have lost something on this one as well. I always do. Hides under the machine, or it flows off on, or goes under the desk, or. But yeah, I'm always losing something. I'm only cutting that off because I was going to show, do a little sample.
And you're using just normal biro.
Yeah, just a normal biro.
Nothing fancy. And now, velvet. I need to see this because I think a lot of people will be thinking, how on earth are you going to applique onto velvet?
Easily.
Does it have a nap or a direction to it? Okay, so which way you want it to brush down? It doesn't matter as much.
Doesn't matter. No.
With this, does it?
Like I say, this one's quite big on this one, this square, but you would cut it down. So, and to take off a bond web, I just give it a little scratch. And then it all comes off pretty easily. So you don't want to go anywhere near it with an iron just yet. So just line that out. So position your tree first, and then I'm going to start adding on our little branches. I've peeled all the other bits off on the other one, so you're not just going to watch me just peel bond web off for the whole time. I'm just looking at my actual sample.
Do you want it over there?
No, just holding it like that would be lovely. Well, you haven't got to stand there holding it.
Hold it there, to the left, to the right.
So these smaller pieces come off quite easily with just your fingers.
Is there an order in which you would start laying all of this out? Because obviously you've got overlapping before you start stitching.
Yeah, definitely lay it all out. Don't go anywhere near it with an iron until the very, very end, until you're happy with it. So sometimes you can, if you wanted to, if you're fairly new, you can just do a few pieces, sew it, and then add the other bits if you want to. But because it's quite a manageable project within your machine, and the bond web does stick to the velvet really well, I wouldn't worry too much about trying to
Have you positioned this on your ironing board?
Yeah.
Because the amount of times, you hear that you're trying to then move it all over to your ironing board. No, just do it.
Just do it on your ironing board, yeah.
The main graphic is for the wine colour, which is the one that Delphine is working with. I think the teal is more or less, the blue's very close to selling out.
Right, so my witness, they are all coming out of the bag now. So no one's
Watching to see
sneezed.
which one flies away. No, they're all there.
They're all there. So we're going to start.
Strawberries on the end. Oh, I love those. And the digital print is amazing, aren't they, the strawberries?
And then, so you've got 2 different shapes.
Cute. This would be a lovely new home gift for somebody, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it? Like I say, it'd be nice to go on a nice chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a centre.
This, my nice special chair. I always say, I remember once when I said, oh, you know when you have your Christmas chair? Like the Christmas, I don't know why, I just imagine a lovely
Christmas chair.
It's because I got once, like, I don't want to say bullied into buying a chair, but I did. I felt very pressured into buying a chair once in a sale environment when I was like, oh, my friend gave me like an invitation to this department store's sale in, it was Lee Longlands, I can tell you. And it was like, they'd obviously bought all their furniture there and I was there just getting my new first house and thinking, oh gosh, I can't afford any of this furniture. I don't really want any of it. But I walked into this VIP like launch event and I said, oh, I like that chair. And she went, oh, it's still there. That's one of the best savings. Let me get the card machine. And I was like, I don't think I want it, but I ended up, I was like, oh my gosh. Anyway, I still have this chair and it's really lovely.
Where is it in your
It's
house?
in the living room.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. You never noticed it, my special chair.
I will make a point next time I'm round.
Well, I've had it. It needs a really nice cushion on it, Delphine.
Oh, well, here you go then.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
So, because these are folded ever so slightly in the bag, I'll put the beaks on in a moment. I'm going to leave
You
the
don't
beaks.
want those to fly away. I've noted where the beaks are on the table before you lose them.
Right, so because I haven't got to put anything overlappy, because some of these have bent a little bit in the bag, I'm going to actually press these down now.
Okay, so you had never actually used the Millwood
No,
pressing mat
no,
until-
I got sent one and then I use it all the time.
And so do you use it for moments like this, or do you build up designs before you press it onto
You can build up designs before you press it on. I do that many times. If you have full-size templates with the full-size placement guide underneath, you put it underneath and then you can build it up. But I use this all the time, even for piecing, because this mat gets really, really hot. The heat transfers through
So
it.
are you just going to use the Teflon sheet side of it, yeah?
Yeah.
You don't even need the big, you get 2 parts to the mat.
But I use it all the time. I use it on everything.
And so have you got this on a low heat?
No, hot, hot, hot. Yeah, hotter the better.
I just thought I heard someone stood there then.
Huh?
I thought I just heard somebody standing to the side of me. That was strange.
That's strange. What were they saying to you?
I don't know. I think it was Dan whispering.
Yeah, I can hear somebody whispering. There we go.
Oh, and that's pressed fine and hasn't burnt your velvet at all. But
No.
you wouldn't go on that.
And that's really, really hot as well. And it's not. It won't hurt it in any way. So let's add some flowers and acorns. Oh no, let's add the beaks before I lose the beaks.
And so you're going to build up this whole design before you take it to your sewing machine?
Yeah. Only because it's a really quick project, so I'm just going to press those beaks on because I'm really worried about losing them.
There's the fuser mat. Is this the tabletop size yet?
There we go. Right, so flowers I've done, so we'll have one of those there. And then we can have, yeah, sorry. So you can, I've done these in a couple of different ways. You can do, you know, it's like little bluebells as well, if you wanted to, which might look quite pretty.
Nice.
So, but yeah, or you can do them in the red. This is why I didn't really say to you what colours to use. Saying that, I've lost the other one. How can that be when you saw me lift them all out? Oh dear.
They are there somewhere. Oh, also, by the way, it is super important to use a applique mat. So if that isn't within your budget today, you get 2 pieces within that. There you go. If you do a lot of applique, I can't recommend this enough. It's such a good product. And you know what? The millwood quality is amazing. What a great price for that product. It's honestly so good. But if today you're thinking, right, I just want to get that Teflon sheet. I've never really done applique. I just want to have a go with it, but I'm scared of the velvet situation. We do also sell the little applique mats. It's a smaller Teflon sheet, basically. It's $7.99. It's hemline. It works in the same way for the top. So it hasn't got the silicone sheet, obviously. It's just got that top, which is 30 by 31 centimetres. So yes, it's a special PTFE Teflon glass fabric that's designed for non-stick applications and reducing friction as well. I'll show you the size of it because for a project like this, it's absolutely perfect. It works in a similar way to what Delphine's using right now, but it also, I tell you what, that shows you how good value the Millwood one is at $24.99. I understand though, everyone's all at different points of their sewing journey. If you want to dip your toe in, if you want to have a go, but you're working with the velvet, get yourself one of these. It's important that you protect your velvet fabric. So, fabulous. Yeah, I've not opened one of those up for ages. I wanted to see how big it was because I often talk about it when we talk about Millwood, the Millwood mat. It is a lot smaller, but if you're not going to use it all the time, then it might be the option to go for, more of an accessible price point for you. That's what's great, isn't it? Options here, options. There's always options.
I'm just putting on some acorns now.
This would be a nice one to do at a workshop or a class as well, you know, if you go to a sewing group.
So because these pieces are a little bit smaller, just make sure you get the symmetrical.
It is looking nice in the red, isn't it?
They're all gorgeous.
The green, love, the blue. Yeah, you're right. There's not one that I'd go,
No.
oh, actually, do you know what? I'd go with another one. That's the problem, isn't it, sometimes? It's choosing which colour. Let me know. Message in which colour you're going for.
I think the green for me, only because it's my, well, I'll say favourite colour and all that. Right, so that's those ones. So then I'm going to add on some more flowers. Like that.
I'm just looking at yours, and you haven't even done free motion on this, have you?
I know.
You stitched round it. So anybody who wants to free motion it, absolutely you can, but also you don't need to. You've got is it a blanket stitch round?
Yeah. Yeah, just a blanket stitch around it. I know, no, well, no free motion, but I have done a lot of embroidery.
And embroidery, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm like, I can't just leave it be, and I have to keep going. But you don't have to, it will still look great just as a applique. You don't need to, don't feel the need to have to do everything that I've done. There we are.
Oh, I am so pleased they haven't just done the fat quarter of velvet, because doing that extra, you know, just giving the whole half metre does open up.
I know, it's a nice treat, isn't
it?
it?
To do 2 cushions. And they're really luxury cushions when you're using velvet, I think.
Yeah, yeah, and they're nice. It's nice and heavy. It's a nice weight to it as well, isn't it? I'm just adding. I've lost one of my acorn tops. I told you I'd lose something, didn't I? Always.
You are my witness. You see me putting all these pieces down here, and yeah, it will turn up.
It will. It will turn up right at the end. So I'm just going to make up what it looks like. That'll do.
Isn't the acorn in 2 pieces?
Yeah, but I've lost the other. The
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the brown bit of it. There we are. It's quite handy having that overhead so I can see how symmetrical I'm being.
Looking good.
So on that one, I did the red flower at the top,
We put it on my overhead and you can see.
whereas on this one, I thought it'd be quite nice to balance it out and have the green,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
the red.
And I do love that the fabric on the panel, this is the great thing about the kits, is they thought about the different prints that are used on the panel. So this one's actually got little strawberries that's on that lovely red fabric at the top there.
Yeah, I've got the lovely Lou to thank for that, bless her.
Good morning, ladies. Wonderful cushions, Delphine. I've gone for green. I do have the blue one glued to me. I'm holding it up so she can see every moment, and then I'm like, this is going on my special chair. There's a picture that Delphine did that we're trying to find everywhere, and I was blaming Michael Wall, thinking that he'd got it in his living room. Between all of us, we honestly love Delphine's work. They were like, if you need it as a studio sample, I could bring it back in, but I'll give it a lovely home on my special chair. I'll just look after it. Just for photo opportunities.
There we are. Yeah, I don't know where that owl is.
No.
It was one that they used on set. So, no idea.
Yeah, I'll ask the floor managers on Hobby Maker.
So give the whole thing a really, really good press.
No steam on this as well.
No, I don't use any steam or water. It just so happens there's a bit of water in this iron, but otherwise I use it dry.
Can we talk about the size of the cushion? Because Diane's just asked about it. Now, you can make it whatever sort of size you want, can't
Yeah,
you?
any size you want. I think the actual...
Within reason, obviously.
But the actual design is only about, I think it's about 14 inches.
Okay, so you put the finished size of this cushion, it's 18 by 15. So if you want to do it this shape, which I really like this shape,
Yeah.
but if you do prefer to do it square, if you've got cushion inners,
Yeah, or
wanna do it
yeah.
square, you can. And with the pom-pom trim, you'd have enough to be able to go all the way around. If
Oh
you
yeah,
square.
you would. Yeah, you have
Nice.
loads of it. So there we go. So then that's your cushion front, and then we're going to be ready to sew it. So you've done all that there. So what we'll do now is take it to the machine and start sewing it down.
Now, preparing your blanket stitch to be the right width,
Yeah.
do you have to have a little bit of a fiddle around with your
If
stitch?
you're fairly new, definitely have a play around with it, because everyone's different abilities, different confidence. So on this machine, if you've got the 720,
What does it automatically default to as a blanket stitch?
this one it goes to 3, I think, whereas I shrink it down to 1.2, 1.5.
Oh, okay.
So if this machine, I go to mode 2, and then I go 0, 4, 3, and then I reduce that width to 1.2. And it's really, really small. Yeah. And what I quite like about the velvet is that even though, because I'm not using, you don't need any wadding or anything for this project, but I quite like, because the plushness of the velvet, you can sort of see very slightly the blanket stitch in it, and it makes it stand out a little bit more.
Is there anywhere that you would recommend starting?
I always like to hold things, because obviously Bondaweb's not permanent. So at the moment, because I've just got a light thread in there, I'm just going to go right round all the wings and the acorn bits, because it's going to grab anything else that's underneath it. So it's going to stop it from falling off. Or you could just go around the whole tree.
Would you be changing your thread then between to match the colours?
Yeah, ideally, yeah, this isn't the type of project that you want to just use the same thread throughout. Definitely take the time to change your thread in your machine.
Now, you're not doing free motion here. This is literally just stitching round as normal, yeah?
Yeah.
Could I free motion it if I wanted?
Yep, of course you can. Yeah, you can do anything you like. You can use a zigzag stitch if you want to as well, or a satin stitch. You don't have to be able to do blanket stitch. It's just my preferred.
Oh, that's your applique stitch of choice. What's John Scott's favourite applique stitch, Hannah? That was your fun fact for years. Is it blanket stitch? This is how fun Hannah is. It's a satin stitch is John Scott's favourite applique stitch.
I do like the satin stitch for applique, but it takes a long time.
Yeah.
And a lot of thread. And the great.
You use your thread cutter then to stop and between the elements.
And this will be a good one for you to use your knee lift if you've got one. So I'll just keep going around.
Just shows you, doesn't it? Obviously, Delphine did a lot of the prep in terms of tracing out and cutting out a bond web and pieces, but actually, it's a really lovely, quick project to do in the afternoon, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you'd easily do this within a couple of hours. And then if you wanted to do the embroidery, it's quite nice to just sit in the evening and just do the embroidery on top once you've done. If you're going to do the embroidery, definitely before you make it into a cushion, maybe press some iron-on interfacing on the back after you've done your stitches, just to stop anything coming loose.
What is Delphine using on the top to iron over, please? The millwood pressing mat. So there's two choices. Delphine's actually, you've got it at home, haven't you, the millwood pressing mat. Can you just show up what it comes with? Because you get the big fusing mat, which is brilliant, by the way. This is brilliant. If you're a bit nervous about building up a design like Delphine's and putting it straight onto your project, you can actually iron them onto the silicone and it peels away and the glue still stays there.
So I could do a quick demo of that.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind.
No, not
yeah,
at all.
just a speedy one. Yes, please.
So if I put that...
Diane, this is the option I'd go for. I know it's slightly more expensive, but there is also a applique mat that's a hemline one that's £7.99 for a small sort of Teflon sheet, basically, to protect your velvet. But if you are doing lots of applique, this is brilliant.
So if I just trace this piece.
So you're tracing this onto your bonder web?
Yeah. So there we go. If I'll just cut these two pieces out. And then if I just put that onto some of the red. It's attached to me. And then if I just quickly cut this one out.
But no, I must say, these mats are brilliant. There's a lot of content online as well, but I don't know how the science works, but it basically keeps the glue right onto where it needs to be, and it won't ruin you. It means it won't be ruining your ironing board. You won't get sticky fusibles on your iron. You won't be melting your velvets like we were just looking at now. So you get two parts to it. You have that silicone sheet, and you also get a full size Teflon sheet as well, which is also 61 by 43. So if you're going to be doing a lot of Delphine applique projects or other applique projects, as I know so many of you do, it's a great investment. And at the price, the reason I say about that price is because comparatively, I remember when we launched a similar product back in a previous Life of Sewing quarter days, there was a similar one that was over £100. And it was all the way from an Australian company or New Zealand. I think it was an Australian company. I'm not quite sure if they're still going, but yeah, we've managed to get it with Millwood. When we started a new channel, we wanted to source more affordably because we knew obviously how useful this is. So then this is the, you put that onto your ironing board. And you could use a template guide behind it as well. So if you've got full-size placement guides, then you can see exactly what's under it.
And then, so I can see exactly where that goes.
So that's got glue underneath it. And ordinarily, you would have to stick that straight down to your project with the best will in the world that it's not going to move.
So, or you can build it up this way. So you take the backing off, and I can see that that goes there. And then use this to press over the top. Like that. And then you peel it off, and you see it's still shiny.
Yeah. But
And now it sticks to each other, but not the mat. And then what you can do then is that you could add that straight on to your project and then iron it on.
Yeah, so clever, isn't it? I
Really,
love it.
really clever.
It's honestly, it's such a game changer if you're doing applique big designs like this, definitely. Thank you, Delphine.
Yeah, so
Fab.
so you just go around all your pieces with your blanket stitch or your stitch of choice, and then if you wanted to, you could just leave it as it is, make it into a cushion, and you're done. Or you can then choose to do some embroidery as well.
And I'll show you on the finished one here the different branches you've added, the French knots, the bugle beads, optional extras if you want, and of course your pom-poms. But the end result is amazing. We love it, love it, love it. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
It's gorgeous. When are you back on air with us?
The 8th of April, I think.
8th?
8th of April.
I think I've booked you for my birthday show as well.
Oh, lovely. You have to tell me what you want me to make you.
Sure, you're in on my birthday show. Thank you very much. We'll see you on the 8th.
Yeah, thank you, my lovely.
Thank you. Right, let's have a recap of the different kits. There's 3 colourways. The only differences that change are your velvets. So the blue one that the cushion was made out of, you get half a metre, full half metre of that blue. So plenty to be able to do 2 of your cushion fronts. That's very close to selling out. You then also have your full panel to make 2 cushions and your instructions as well with templates, with placement guides for under £30. I am amazed at that price. It's brilliant. Well done, everybody who's got involved so far. If you have still got it in your basket, now is the time to check out all of those specially selected and designed fabric to go with this lovely strawberry thief sort of motif design. Now, we also have all your strawberry patch. Now, we also have, excuse me, the wine colour, which is the one that Delphine was working with. So this time you're getting half a metre of the lovely velvet. And you can see, I mean, you've just gone straight at that with your iron, with your Teflon sheet, and it's not melted it at all. It's absolutely fine. So you're getting here your full half metre of that deluxe velvet. You're getting your full template, full instructions. You're getting, of course, your photographs as well along the way. And you're getting your full panel. Only difference is the fact that this one is the wine colourway, which is exactly the one that Delphine was using in the demo there. And then her favourite, which don't let this one pass you by, is the green. That olive green. That is going to look beautiful, isn't it? Oh, if you can, get both. You're going to be able to make a few of these then. And they would make stunning cushions for a sofa or special chair. For gifts for people, I love them. And what a value for money. I think it was June who messaged in earlier on saying it was fantastic value for money to say how much velvet you're getting, your pattern and your panel, all for under £30. That is a lot for your money. $29.99. Pattern, panel, and instructions. A lot of people have been watching the demo and now flooding to the checkouts. Now is the time to go for it to make your full, beautiful cushion. Don't forget, add things like your pom-poms, your bonder web, your fuser mat, anything else that you need, please have a look underneath us on the web and get them. Is there anything else that I need to mention, Hannah? All good, all good. Thank you ever so much, Delphine.
Thank you.
Go on. Oh, yeah, pattern on its own. Pattern on its own is also available. Now, patterns If you do want to make it with your own fabric, it will work with felt, it will work with quilting weight cotton, it will work with any of our other panels. If you've got a bit of a scrap draw going on, or if you have got smaller pieces, you don't use it's probably the tree's your largest piece, isn't it? So it's a great scrap busting project as well. Your placement guides there and all of your templates as well. For £9.99. Finished size of the cushion is 18 by 15, but there's nothing stopping you make it into a square. It could be the central block of a quilt if you wanted as well, but you have all of your templates. It'd be like a family tree one, couldn't you? Couldn't it? It'd be lovely. Full instructions available at £9.99. We're keeping her awake. And Delphine, you go and have a nap now.
I'm going to have a nap. I felt better. I'm full of cold, by the way.
Oh,
so that's why. Yeah.
Oh, we love you.
Go and have a little cuddle on my dog on the side.
Oh, yes. You've got your PDF pattern available underneath on the website as well. Don't go anywhere because Stuart's joining me with the quilt kit that's been hanging on the wall all day. Right, after this, don't go anywhere.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern, it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that. Nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You can stitch along the line or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
It's flown by today. We've had so much choice, haven't we?
It's been amazing. So many lovely projects.
Love it.
Too much choice.
Yeah, honestly, for anybody who has been waiting for this moment, sitting on their hands all day going, no, I've loved that quilt from 8 a.m. this morning. I don't blame you. It's absolutely gorgeous. And when you said to me this morning, this could be, somebody's first quilt, I thought...
Yeah, totally.
No.
I know, yeah.
I mean, it is a absolute stunner. When I think of William Morris, that's what I think.
Yeah, and also when I think of a patchwork quilt,
yes,
I kind of think of that as well. It's that sort of trip around the world, Irish chain, but somehow sort of combined into one. I actually thought that this would be a kind of, you had to make it in big quarters.
Yeah.
But actually, it's 3 simple blocks that are repeated. There's a brilliant layout diagram. It's so straightforward and easy. You're going to love it.
So there's 4 blocks to it.
3.
How many?
3 blocks.
3 blocks.
3 blocks.
I mean, this is really manageable, all squares.
Yeah.
So 2 colorways to choose from, both similar. The one on the background, the one behind us, is light. and the one that Stuart's going to be working with is called Dark. So the light one, if I'm honest, they are very similar. So get which one you can. This is the light colourway. They're both going to be the same size. I totally forgot that we did this. We've also this morning put it on 5-way split pay for anybody who is maybe making their first big quilt, wanting to get involved. It's 60 inches by 72 inches.
Great
finished
size. Fantastic size.
Now, like you said, when you think of traditional patchwork quilts, when you think of William Morris, I think this is going to be a quilt that not only new quilters or anybody wanting to make their first William Morris quilt, or anybody who has always aspired to own that, you know, iconic, absolute beautiful heirloom quilt, this is the one to do it with. We've put it on 5-way split pay. We've got the 2 colourways. We've got great stock. Normally I'd be saying there's a catch, there's only 20. No, we've got massive of stock. So it is William Morris's birthday. We're celebrating. And honestly, the price is amazing. £50 off. No. We're not stopping.
Oh, hello.
We're not stopping.
Oh, hello.
That's a price you're not paying today.
Okay, good.
This is out. We're going even further. For the one on the wall, all the dark colourway, they are both going to be £139.99. That's amazing.
60 by 72, so absolutely perfect. Sofa, double bed, queen size bed, gorgeous.
Is it enough for the top of the quilt, including the border and the binding?
Yeah, that's right. And this actually completely doable, start to finish, on your domestic sewing machine. So you'll quilt this yourself, you'll do the whole thing, start to finish. And also as well, Vix, because it's got the squares and a chain, always lend themselves brilliantly to diagonal cross-hatching with a walk-in foot, which is such an easy and achievable finish.
£139.99. That is like, by the way, that is like a clearance manager's special crazy deal on a William Morris quilt. Trust me. I mean, look at your split pay. I've never sold a William Morris quilt at £27.99 on split pay.
I know, it's really fantastic.
So good.
And it's all William Morris. There's no solids, there's no blenders. It's all William Morris fabric. Absolutely beautiful, and a really gorgeous showcase of the prints.
And this is all free spirit fabric, isn't it?
It is amazing quality, 100% cotton. You can wash your finished quilt at 30 to 40 degrees. Yeah. I like a nice cool wash. I always use a liquid safe detergent and tumble dry on low until it's barely damp. So easy to care for, will last you for, well, potentially generations.
Yeah, that's what I love. And these are the looks that are completely timeless.
I totally agree with you. The very first quilt I ever made was what's called a trip around the world, which are these kind of concentric, but all the same squares. This one having the smaller size squares, and it's ever so clever how that's achieved. The way it's been broken down is so achievable, and it's so much more interesting.
So the graphic at the moment is for the one that's on the wall, the light colourway that's on the wall. And like you said, this isn't any mixes in there. It's all William Morris prints. Sorry, I don't want to get in the way of your pieces you've already cut.
Totally.
But this one is going to be, no, that was not your border, is it? That one's in the centre, within the piecing. Yeah.
This is within your piecing.
This one's going to be a binding.
So yeah, for me, this is very spring-summer.
Yeah.
This is very spring-summer. And for anybody who's never made and lived and loved quilts, it's easy to think quilts are for winter, autumn and winter only, and they're absolutely not. My quilts get over the knees on a chilly evening in the summer, out in the garden when you're drinking a glass of wine as the sun goes down. Picnic quilts, something to take to the beach. Even, you know, just wrapping yourself up, you know, when you've got out of your private swimming pool. I wish. I wish.
That's a good. I'd never asked this question or thought about this, but depending on your spring, summer, winter quilts, do you change the wadding inside or anything?
Mostly not, in fairness, no. In the winter, I sometimes layer quilts, so I might have 2 on the bed.
Yeah.
But no.
No, don't need to do different ones for spring or summer. All of these colours are your more sort of spring, summer vibes. They're beautiful. Some of these as well are from the Emery Walker collection. This fabric we could not get hold of for love and money. It kept selling out every time it came in.
Well, that's a nice one. That's lovely. That's really spring, summer, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd be thinking I'm not chopping that one up. I'm gonna put something else in because I want to keep that. I love that. But yeah, use it in there. Everything that you need included for £139.99. We thought we'd take £50 off, but because there's been so much going on today, we want to twist your arm one final time to get it at £27.99. We thought, you know what, that's actually probably achievable for new quilters who have never. It's an investment, let's face it, isn't it, when you're buying a William Morris quilt? It can cost hundreds of pounds. We've seen them closer to £400. So amazing to be able to get it.
And also as well, I really love the scale of this. The scale of the piecing, the scale of the quilt is beautiful. It's really sort of, it's delicate looking and very usable and very achievable.
Absolutely. From the quilting aspect, the piecing aspect, all on your normal domestic machine. Now, obviously, loads of you have checked out on this. There's more and more coming into baskets. If you want to see the other colourway as well, the soft diamond quilt kit in dark. When you get your instructions, do they sort of, is it a generic instruction for this project, or do they specifically tell you these are the fabrics you'll get for this one?
Yeah, totally.
And these are the fabrics you'll get for the dark?
The latter.
Right.
So your instructions, look, these are my instructions for soft diamond dark quilt.
Oh, that's good.
So you get the fabrics, you get your legend, and then everything is geared up to that. But the way it's laid out, you can see you make 3 simple blocks, and then you have a layout for you. Put block 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. Oh, it's like a da,
2, 3, 1, da, 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 da.
And 1, 2, 3. Exactly.
Brilliant.
Exactly.
Got it. Oh no. That took Hannah back to the high school dance. All the boys wanted to dance with her.
They wanted to. Oh,
Oh, this is really triggering for Hannah, sorry.
Right,
let's have a look at the fabrics you're getting in this colourway. Do you have a personal preference seeing them both now?
Well,
what's the difference then? So we've got a different...
the border fabric.
Yeah, your binding.
Inner border, the binding, and the piecing fabrics as well.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Oh, look, you've got honeysuckle in there straight away. So they're all different fabrics, in fact, aren't they?
But because they're so harmonious with each other, if you wanted to make a pair of quilts, say for 2 sofas or 2 single beds in a room or something like that, then you could make one of each and they'll go together brilliantly.
Hannah, are you discounting this to the same price? You're getting Strawberry Thief in here. 139.
What is it about that design?
I don't know.
It's so iconic.
But can I open this out just so you can see once again how much of this you are getting in your kits?
Yeah, very generous fabric
generous.
quantities. You know, you're not going to have to stress about cutting off a thread too much.
Amazing, amazing. And you're going to show a couple of different ways of doing it as well, aren't you?
I am.
So this is done square by square, am I right?
Yes, so in your instructions, the instructions are to cut individual squares and piece them together. And that, again, is really beginner friendly.
Yeah.
However, as most people who've ever done any quilting at all know, there are what are called strip piecing methods where you can speed up the process by cutting longer strips. But I thought we'd look at both methods because they're both useful, and you know, it's nice to know all the methods, and then you can pick and mix.
I mean, all of these fabrics are absolutely gorgeous.
That's your border fabric. It's really yummy.
Do you know when I was saying, oh, do you know, I don't know which one to go for? Your mind might have to be made up for you because this one is going to sell out. We are oversubscribed in baskets. So if you definitely want the dark colourway, that's the one that you're seeing on your screen right now. That's how it will look. Yeah, grab it.
Gorgeous. It looks so much harder than it is.
It's a really clever result for a beginner. When you said, yeah, you know, this could be, you know, someone's first quilt, I was thinking, really?
I know. And you think, oh no, because it's almost like, is it Bargello?
Yeah.
Do I have to do a funny strip piecing method? And then I thought you probably have to make like quarters, rectangular quarters, and sew them all together. And actually, it's broken down into 3 simple blocks.
And then just constructed in rows as normal?
Just in rows, just in
Fabulous.
rows. And also, all of your block ones are all the same. Your block twos are all the same. So you can either do kind of factory method,
Okay.
or you could say, you know what, I'm going to make the blocks for row 1, and I'm going to sew the whole of row 1 together.
Yeah.
Tick in the box,
Yeah.
then do row 2 and then sew 1 and 2 together, because you've got your layout diagram. You don't have to wait until you've made all of the blocks. Now, sometimes for some quilters, the final putting together of all the blocks can be overwhelming. This way you can do it one row at a time.
Yeah, yeah. And you start to see that pattern emerge. I
Oh, you
feel
do?
like there's some blocks that you have to really concentrate because you're like, right, I'm not seeing that end pattern until I'm a good few rows down.
right.
Whereas here, you'd be able to tell. Oh, this is amazing backing
Nice,
fabric.
wow.
Nice. Don't have that, I'm sorry.
Gorgeous.
Think about your backing fabric though. The light one's now your main graphic, which is the one that's behind us. We love it. Grab whichever one you can. They're both going to be sellouts, I believe, because that price, Hannah, is amazing. She's like, I know, right, taking credit for that. $27.99.
Credit where it's
split
due.
pay.
Hannah dropped the price.
And because you've got today's date as well, that you can jot down and watch back on YouTube, Stuart's going to show you those couple of different methods, how to get yourself organised with it as well. Because would you do all of your cutting first?
No. No.
You never really do you?
No, no, and it's how most patterns are written, actually. The very first step is to cut, you know, a gazillion of these squares and 100 of those. And I think, that's a buzzkill,
Yeah.
isn't it? I'd much rather say, cut a few strips, make a few blocks, and then, oh, I like this, yeah, I'll do a few. And then maybe you might cut the rest of them, or you might just think, yeah, I'll cut another couple.
Yeah.
I think with this, because, like, here's block 1. Let me show you block 1. And this is from the dark kit.
Brilliant, we'll put that as
This-
your main graphic.
This is block 1. This is block 1, and you can see that it's just a simple 4-patch. Now, if you were to sign up for an absolute beginners quilting course,
Yeah.
this would probably be the first
Yes.
block you'd make at that course.
Nice.
Amazing. This doesn't mean that if you're an intermediate or an advanced quilter that you won't love every step of making this, because
Yeah.
you will.
No, 8.
Sorry. This is block number 1. Now, one quick point. You will notice, I'm sure, that we've got Strawberry Thief in here, and we've got that other one that you mentioned this
Oh,
morning that looks
yes.
like Strawberry Thief but isn't.
Yeah.
Now, do you
The
spend
B-side bird.
Right.
You'd be so annoyed if you were this print when the iconic Strawberry Thief and then it's,
Yeah.
yeah, the other bird.
Some other
the
bird.
Other bird.
Yeah. The other
Some
woman.
other bird.
The other woman. But look, here's the thing. You might think, gosh, Stuart, do I need to make sure all of my strips and all of my go up the same way? Should I do that when I'm piecing to make? Well, here's the thing. When you put all of those blocks together, you are going to twist and turn.
Oh, so don't lose sleep over trying to
Please
do
don't.
that.
Please don't.
No.
Just sew your squares together. You know, birds fly in all directions.
Woo! And like you said, when you're literally, outside.
When you're lying in bed, when
Yeah.
you're standing up, it all looks different.
Good, it does. Good afternoon. I had to order both. They're beautiful.
Don't blame you, Susan. And they go so nicely together.
Yeah.
And actually, if you wanted to, you could get both and mix and match the fabrics across both, even, if you want. Yeah, we could. Right, let me show you how to make this block. So, let's grab the first fabrics. So we've got a bit of Strawberry Thief. So in your pattern, you've got letters denoting each fabric. So Deputy Joan is always super organised and labels each of the strips with a little post-it note, but pinned on as well, because otherwise they'll fall off. So we started by cutting some strips of fabric, and these are just cut from selvage to selvage, okay, right across the width into strips,
Okay.
according to the size in the pattern. And I've got 3 different fabrics here. but you'll see that in each of our block ones, you've got 1 square of Strawberry Thief, 1 square of The Other Bird, and then 2 squares of this green.
Okay.
So what the pattern asks you to do is to cut individual squares. So we'll start by doing that. Now, one of the questions I get asked a lot, particularly from beginners or fairly new quilters, is when you get the fabric out of the box, how do you cope with the big piece of fabric?
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
because, you know, how do you
It's something that we
start
don't normally get the
cutting it?
chance to show, actually, because you need to
Exactly.
square it, like make sure it's straight
Yeah.
or, or
Well,
just go for it.
sometimes just the fact that
That's
you
a
know you've got this great big chunk of fabric,
Yeah.
and you think, oh, and I need a 3.5-inch square. What,
Yeah.
how on earth do I start with that? So let's talk what we're going to do. So first of all, we're going to put our 2 selve edges together. Now, I'll just show you on this fabric. One of the selve edges looks very obviously like a selve edge. It's white and it's got printed dots on it. But quite often on fabric, the other selve edge is just the print right up to the edge.
Right.
But if you turn it over, you'll notice that there are little tiny pinprick holes where it's been printed. It's been on a roller gripping it, and it looks sort of slightly different weave at the edge, slightly paler. So put those 2 edges together and get it nice and flat together. Okay, that's step 1. And you'll want to iron your fabric first of all. Never cut fabric that's all creased and crumpled out of the box. Okay, now if you've got a large cutting mat, then the next thing that you're going to do, and of course, you know, the best advice first and foremost is clear the decks and make sure you've got plenty of space. Now I'm right-handed, so I'm going to have what I'm going to call the lead edge of the fabric, where I'm going to start cutting, the same side as my dominant hand.
Okay, and
so
now your selvage is running at the bottom.
selvage at the bottom,
Okay.
fold at the top.
Okay.
Wouldn't matter if it was the other way round, but... So on a full-sized cutting mat with a full 24-inch ruler, you can lay that on top of the whole piece of fabric and you can cut strips. But I'm using a smaller ruler. I was thinking back, actually, Vix, to the very first bit of rotary cutting equipment I got.
And you got a portable mat.
My mat was literally that big. It was a little skinny rectangle. And it was about a 2.5-inch wide ruler that was about 12 inches. That's all I'd got. Because rotary cutting equipment used to be super expensive, and it was the cheapest I could find, and it was the most affordable. So what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to leave all the extra fabric on one side, and I'm going to lay the folded edge onto the top of my mat. And I want to line up the fold with a line on the mat. Now I've got a lot of fabric to get on this mat, so I'm going to have to line it up with the line right at the very top. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold my fabric, and I'm going to get a fold at the bottom that lines up nice and square at the bottom as well. Okay. So even though that's not touching the line, it is even, I think. Let me see, it's even at the top. Let's just shuffle this down slightly. So it's got to be even top and bottom. Like that. Okay. And now what I can do is square up my fabric. Now, I've got myself rather a short ruler, but I can still do it even with this. If you've got a longer ruler, what you want to do is line up the top and the bottom.
Okay.
But if you haven't, not to worry. I've lined my ruler up with the top edge, and well, you can see this. It looked straight, but it's actually not. I'm gonna cut through, okay, and I'm just gonna pull that little bit away, so I'm exposing the nice, neat cut edge now, and then I can slide this ruler down, level with the bottom, and level with my cut, and I can finish neatening the side. So now I've got a perfectly straight edge. Now, what do I do with all this fabric? I'm going to pile it on top of the mat.
Okay.
And then I'm either going to turn my mat if it's a rotating mat, or I can turn the whole mat around.
Okay.
Don't move the fabric. So now my neatened edge is on the left-hand side. And now I'm going to use the ruler to measure my strips. So if I want 3-inch wide strips, the 3 inches is captured under the ruler.
Yeah.
What you don't want to do is use your mat, 1, 2, 3, and then somehow try and cut here.
No, okay, this makes sense.
You make sure that whatever you're cutting
Is
captured under.
Okay.
Now, if you were left-handed, this would all be happening the other side.
way. Yeah.
You'd be straightening up on the left, then you'd turn so that your lead edge, your cut edge, was on the right-hand side, capture everything under, and then you're cutting with your left hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's how we start with that piece of fabric.
Oh, no, do you know what? I'm so pleased you've shown that, because I think that will help so many people who have probably never seen that unless you've... Even if you've been to a class, sometimes it's very difficult when there's a big group of you to say, hang on, can you just show me this again?
It's true, it's true. But also as well, you know, kind of every teacher's got their own way of doing things, or people you might have learned from other people in the class, and everyone will pass on good practice. Most of us will also pass on some bad habits as well. And, you know, I mean, I like to think that I was taught by the best.
Yeah.
I had a fantastic teacher, a lady called Liz Cornish, who was my patchwork and quilting teacher. And I like to think I learnt from the best, because every single thing she taught me was right, in my opinion. And now, based on decades of experience, I would say what she taught me was absolutely right, because it's definitely worked for me. Right, so what I've done now is I've just straightened up one edge, and I'm going to cut some 3.5-inch squares.
So now the fabric is underneath the ruler of where you're cutting. Yeah.
And you can see on this ruler I've got 3.5, 3.5, lined up here, here and here. You're looking for points of connection. And look, 2 layers, 2 squares, and that's what I need. Now, on the Strawberry Thief fabric, I only need 1. And sometimes for a quick trim like this one, I'm only cutting 1 patch. I won't straighten up on the one side. I'll just cut, because actually 1 patch I can just flip around. I'm happy to flip 1 patch.
Just so you know, the dark colourway is literally about to sell out. We are oversubscribed by a lot. So get this one. We had slightly more quantity of the one that's on the back wall, which is the light colourway.
So I've now got my 4 squares cut out. Okay. Now you have a lovely diagram in your pattern that shows you how to lay out your fabrics according to the letter.
Okay.
So we know that fabric A is our Strawberry Thief. So Strawberry Thief goes top left. Okay. Then I've got my green fabric here and here, which is B. And then I've got fabric H, which is the other bird.
Yeah.
Which goes here.
Great, you've got the key there, look, to keep referring back to. Brilliant.
Super easy. The other thing is, Vix, that you probably find at home that once you've made 1 block and you've checked it against the pattern and you absolutely know it's correct, you probably find it's easier to keep a block handy rather than constantly looking at the pattern.
Yeah.
I will find that easier to use as a reference. So now we need to sew these 4 squares together. And I hope this isn't too basic instruction for everyone at home. I know that lots of people have made many, many quilts, but I think sometimes if you get the fundamentals right, everything else is easy.
Yeah.
If you don't get the fundamentals right, it doesn't matter what you do, you're always struggling against something.
Yeah.
Right, let's sew these together. So again, I really recommend you keep those fabrics laid out next to you. Don't just pick them all up. I know some people can take it to their machine, and I'm not that
Keep it laid out to
smart.
the left.
Yeah.
Do you know, but I think this is brilliant. Just to go back to what you were just saying about it being, you know, more of a basic demonstration. This is brilliant for anybody who has watched the shows and thought, I'd never have the confidence to try a quilt like this. This is literally giving you that community. It's the thing of getting it out of the box and having to go. And what a first quilt for you to be able to achieve.
I know.
You will be so proud of yourself for doing this, and you're showing us how straightforward it is.
And you genuinely can make this quilt from start to finish all by yourself on your, you know, a small domestic sewing machine, quilted the lot. Right, so we're going to sew these together. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I've laid them out. I'm now going to flip from right over to left. So flip the right over to the left and put them right sides together. Now, when you match up your fabrics, we always think about this line and making sure this is straight, but it's perfectly possible to get this looking straight, but look at the rest of the square. Look at how there's little bits of the fabric underneath peeping. This still looks nice and straight.
Right, yeah.
So you're not just trying to line that line up, you're trying to line the whole thing up on every angle. And even for this, I'm going to pop a pin in, just to keep them together. And I'm also, now, if you want to be really fancy, you can do the same on the other fabric. Flip it right sides together, pin that too. And now we've got two patches that we can take to the sewing machine. So I'm going to take the first one and I'm going to use 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, for absolute beginners, learning to sew an accurate, neat 1/4 inch seam allowance is your #1 job. When I joke and say you had one job, one job, it's to sew with 1/4 inch seam.
And do that while you wait for your quilt kit to get home. You know, get some scrap fabric, practice your 1/4 inch, and work out where it is on your machine as well, because there's different sort of reference points on your machine that you can use as a guide, where you're lining it up. Get a bit of washi tape out if you need to. You can buy the little magnets even, can't you? That,
You
like
can.
a seam guide measurement. But
I mean, if you've got an FS250, then it's stitch number 46 and your regular foot, and that'll give you a really lovely 1/4 inch seam allowance, but we'll still check it.
yeah, why not just draw it on?
You could just draw it on. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now is press our seam allowances. Now, you want to press your seams in opposition. So I'm going to press towards that darker fabric, and I'm just going to use my fingernail just to crease this back. You could iron this if you want to, but I'm just using my fingernail to crease it back. I'm going to open it this side as well. And again, I'm going to push the seam allowance towards the darker fabric. And that means that that seam goes that way, that seam goes that way, which means that when they come together, the bulk is distributed. So I'm going to go back to my original and I'm going to check. It still looks the same. I'm happy. So now we're going to flip them right sides together. Now the first thing I'm going to do is get those two seam allowances, which are in opposition, lined up with each other, okay? And I'm going to pop a pin in. Now I'm not going to try and push a pin through the intersection. That will just distort it. I'm going to put a pin here and I'm going to put a pin the other side, because they should hold everything in the middle still now. I'm also going to make sure that the ends are lined up, and I shouldn't need to pin, but if you do, you can. Let's sew that next. Now, as you get towards that first pin, stop, take the pin out, make sure everything's still nicely lined up, get to the second pin, take it out before you hear the crunch, and sew. Okay, and then I'm going to press my seam allowance. And again, I'm just doing this with my finger for now, but you could use an iron. Now, the last step, once you've made your first unit, is to measure it. Because we know that our units are supposed to finish 6.5 inches. Raw edge to raw edge. So once you've pieced it and you've pressed it with an iron, measure it. Make sure that it's the right size. If it's 1/4 inch over, stop. Think what you're doing. The seam allowance is too small. If the patches are too big, Your seam allowance is too small, there's too much fabric. So don't keep going and think, oh, the worst bit of advice I ever hear people say is, well, if you use the same seam allowance for the whole thing, you've just got to be consistent. You haven't. You've got to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's non-negotiable.
There you go. You heard Stuart.
And I'll tell you why. If you were just sewing squares together and that was the whole quilt, that's the one time it wouldn't matter. But your 3 blocks are these, okay? You've got your 4 patch, okay? You are not just sewing those together with 4 patches. You're sewing them together with double 4 patches. So it is like a 4 patch, but this patch is a small 4 patch.
Right.
Now, if these seam allowances were too big, this edge, once these 2 pieces are sewn together, isn't going to be the same size as that. It doesn't matter how consistent you are, it won't fit.
Oh, no matter how long we've all been quilting, it's always good to go back over the basics again. And Stuart, you always do this brilliantly, so thank you.
Oh, thanks, Susan. Thank you.
Oh, there's so many lovely messages for you. It's all about the little tips and concise instructions that are great. All these wee things make sense of chaos. Thank you, Stuart. Loving the show.
You're welcome.
Love it. Another one. Thank you, Stuart, for explaining so clearly how, as a beginner, as a beginning, this is so helpful for me, says Janet.
You're welcome, Janet.
Brilliant. Loads of messages. This is definitely not basic. I've never made a quilt, as I'm too scared, but now I think I'll have to try. Thank you, Stuart, from Karen.
Please don't be scared, Karen. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
But sometimes, look, we're only here an hour. It's so nice to just be able to focus on those beginning steps, isn't it, sometimes?
Thank you, Julia. That's a lovely message too.
Just starting out on my quilting journey and finding this demonstration so helpful, so thank you. That's why we do it, for messages like this, so thank you.
It is. Yeah, so these are your 3 blocks. So we've made the 4 patch.
Yeah.
Easy. Your second block is same size squares. And then we've got little 4 patches. So these are just made out of smaller strips, okay, that you then cut down into individual little squares. Sew those little squares together to make a 4 patch, and then sew those 4 pieces together.
Gosh, that's brilliant. And you can see it's all about the clever fabric placement that's starting to create that diamond shape.
Exactly, exactly.
Wow.
And then your last block is what we call a 9 patch. So again, now look, this is why using a consistent seam allowance throughout will not make your patches fit together. Okay, because here I've got 1 seam that joins the 2 halves. Here I've got 2 seams. So if my seam was, say, 1/16 of an inch out, this would be 2/16 of an inch out. And if there were 4 seams or 5 seams, and so the problems escalate.
Okay.
So never ever think, even as an advanced quilter, that sewing 4 squares together and not bothering to check them is something any of us can relax and not do. I still check every single time I start a project just to make sure I'm on the right track. And some days I'm in a funny mood. I don't need to tell anybody that. And I'm like, what's wrong with me? I can't piece today. All right. So I still check.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm pleased that you said that.
Oh, it's dead easy. Now, I did mention that I would talk about strip piecing. Stripping. Do you know, I can't remember if it was, I don't think it was Jenny Raymond, but I'm sure there was somebody who did a book called Stripping for England. And it was strip-pieced quilts, but it was called Stripping for England or something like that, which I thought was genius.
Brilliant.
I'm just cross that they got there before I did. Right, so you could, and the instructions tell you to piece the whole quilt out of squares, individual squares. But you might want to do strip piecing, so I'm going to show you what that is.
How do I know my combination of fabrics, though?
Well, I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you. So, like, if we look here in this corner of this 4 patch, we've got this dark fabric here.
Yeah.
And we've got this fabric next to it. Yeah, this one and this one. So that would be 1 strip set. And then I've also got this same fabric. So if I just snip that in half.
Do you find that you're making quite a few of each
Yeah, you
block
are.
then? Okay, so it's not different colour combination each side, so
No.
this is a good way of doing that.
This block
Yeah.
number 2, all of the blocks are exactly the
same colours.
All of the block
Okay.
number 1s are the same.
Right.
So that's why it's so good for a beginner, because you're not going to get lost. So for my other half of my 4 patch, it's this fabric
Yeah.
and this fabric.
Okay.
Okay, so you can see, look, I've got this combination, these two, and then I've got this combination.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Follow it,
that's how
yeah.
you do it. Right, so, and you don't have to work on full length strips when you're doing this either. You can cut your strips in half if that makes it more manageable. So that's what I'm going to do, and it just to illustrate how we do this. So we'll do one more of these. Now, the one thing I would say is, if you're going to do strip piecing for any quilt, is you really need to check your seam allowance before you start sewing loads and loads of strips together. Because if you find when you cut and piece your first unit that you're out, what are you going to do? Are you going to unpick the 40 strips that you've
How
sewn
do you
together?
check? Do you sew it and then measure it with your ruler?
Yeah, so if you cut, say, 1.5 inch wide strips,
Yeah.
and sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, your strip set, once it's pressed, should measure 2.5 inches across.
Right.
A 1.5 inch strip plus a 1.5 inch strip makes
Yeah.
a 2.5 inch wide strip set. So if you sew your 2 strips together, press them, measure them. If they're 2.5 inches now from raw edge to raw edge, you are in business.
There you go.
If they're even a little bit out, make a little adjustment on your machine. Move your needle slightly over to the right or the left.
And I didn't realise you can do that. If you're on a straight stitch, which you obviously are, if you use the stitch width measurements,
Correct.
the plus and minuses,
Yep.
that will move nudge your needle.
It will, it will. Every time you press it, it'll jump a tiny increment to
Yeah.
the right or to the left. And so you can make your seam allowance slightly bigger or slightly smaller, depending on what you need. And that is all you need to do.
Yeah.
And then you're in business. But of course, if you sewed all your strips together before even trying to put a single patch together, if you've got it even slightly out, they're all out,
Yeah.
or you've got to unpick them all. Well, no one's going to do that.
Would you be doing this method then? Obviously, with your experience, you'd be saying, right, you would always make a block up first
I would,
anyway.
always.
Make a block up using the squares.
Yeah,
But then when you've read the instructions and you know how many it is you need to make,
yeah.
30 or something, however many it is of these, then you can... get yourself
I
a bit of
wouldn't,
a-
even then, I wouldn't cut everything for
No.
all of the blocks. I would much rather cut 2 or 3 strips, make a couple of strip sets,
Yeah.
sew them together and think, right, have a tot up. How many more do I need? Oh, okay, 1 more strip will do it.
Yeah.
And just do it that way.
I think it's so clever. I've never seen one of these sort of around the world quilts that isn't actually, you're making the outer triangles, that you've then got a
Yes.
piece onto a big square that then's on point or something, or quarters.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant.
It's good, isn't it?
Really good technique.
So once you've made your strip sets, what you're then going to do for this instance is you're going to treat this now like one whole strip of fabric. So you're going to square up the end.
Has the dark colourway sold out, Hannah? Yes.
Turn the
Completely
whole
sold out.
thing around. And now, whatever your strip width was that you cut,
Yeah.
you will cut that size units, chunks. So my strips were 2 inches wide, so I'm going to cut 2-inch segments. Whoops. And what you'll see is that now, rather than having to sew 2 squares together and do loads of that, you're just cutting apart. I must change the blade on this. Every time I pick this rotary cutter, it is a little bit blunt. So you can see you cut little wedges. You'll do exactly the same with the second strip set. And it doesn't matter that the ends are slightly off, just straighten them up, flip it around, and then cut your chunks. We call this the subcutting, because you've sewn your strips together and now you're subcutting your little patches.
And this is where, you know, we talked about different size rulers and different size mats. Always get with the biggest that you can for your larger fabrics, but then it's good to have these smaller rotating mats or the smaller rulers, isn't it, for your subcutting?
Yes, it really is. Okay, and
Yeah.
you can see there, it's quicker. You've got your seam allowances pressed in opposite directions. You can then run these through the machine, and fingers crossed, we're in business. Now you can also, once you've cracked this, you can start doing a bit of chain piecing.
Nice.
So rather than taking every patch out of the machine, you can sew one, leave it under the foot of the machine, and then get your next patch, pop it under, and sew that.
Is that for more accuracy again, to keep all the same, like, oh, saving thread, saving time?
Saves thread, saves time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But only if you're sewing accurately.
Yeah.
Again, if you're sewing inaccurately, all you're doing is making lots of the same mistake. And we'll give it a press, and there you go. You've got your 4 patches. So all you would do then is you're going to combine some of these with some of the whole squares, and you're done. Now, I'll just show you very, very quickly how you lay out the blocks. Once you've made the blocks, how you start laying them out. 'Cause
Okay.
this is when the real kind of magic happens. And a big shout out, as always, to my lovely Deputy Joan, who
Has always
prepped. Yes.
It's some she prepared earlier.
Absolutely. Now, what you're going to do is grab your pattern, which has got this fab layout on it. And I'm going to put all of my blocks into piles. So you'll have pile 1, pile 2, and pile 3. Now, don't go renaming your blocks.
No.
Stick to the pattern. I'm telling myself that. Block 2 is the one with the little 4 patches. All right.
Just so you know, if we don't get a chance to read out all your messages, we'll make sure Stuart gets the messages as well.
Oh,
We've had
thank
so
you.
many fab messages for today.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Right, so we start with, right, so it's, and you can see actually as well in the diagram which fabrics are which. You can see that really clearly. So that goes first. That goes
then the ones with the
second.
Yeah.
And you can see straight away, as soon as you put those blocks together, you've got that diagonal and that diagonal from 2 separate blocks.
This is it. It's already starting to emerge. That's where I said you don't have to go rows and rows and thinking, oh, well, I hope I've sewn them the right way. You can start to see.
Yes,
You have to do it like that.
exactly right, exactly right. And also, just to say, please don't think that you've done something wrong. Do you see here where
Yeah.
you've got
Yeah.
a 4 patch meets a 9 patch?
same
This
fabric.
seam is not supposed to join here.
Okay, that's fine.
If you look at the whole quilt, you can see that you've got different sizes of unit coming together.
yeah.
So we go 1, 2, 3. And then back to 1. And this time dark down the bottom again. And then 2, 3, 1. So
Okay.
I won't carry on with
Yeah,
that row
okay,
across
okay.
there. But what I am going to do is just put the second row in. So for the second row, I need a block number 2. And that's going with the dark fat. So now you can see that diagonal.
Oh, it's so satisfying. This is why, like you said, what I'd do is I'd sew this whole row through together,
Yes.
write a label on it, row 1, and put it away, and then sew them all together, or, you know, and then sew 1
So
and
would
2
I.
together.
So
Because
would
it
I.
is so satisfying, isn't
Yeah.
it, seeing this all starting to
Totally.
work. Then you've got these lines here.
Yeah, totally. And you've got that diagonal again. And can you see already? Now, I could not see this. When I looked at the quilt, I couldn't see this. And as soon as I started laying out the blocks, it all became clear. How clever
So clever.
is that design?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well done, everybody who has got either colourway. I know so many people who are going to be watching on a replay, and fingers crossed there's one of the light quilt kits for you, which is the one that's on the back wall. Stuart, honestly, that has been one of my favourite demos.
Aw,
It's been amazing, hasn't it? because I really hope this has encouraged everybody to have a go at a William Morris
Yeah, totally.
heirloom quilt kit. Like you said,
Totally.
possibly going to be part of your family for generations.
And
How
actually,
amazing.
tomorrow, I've got the whole morning on my own.
Oh.
And so I've got a couple of sewing machine hours, and I'm going to be doing things like how do we layer, how do we quilt, you know, those other basic skills
Yeah.
in there while I've got the sewing machine.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for tomorrow.
Any questions that you have that you want to see in more detail, then Stuart's here 5 hours tomorrow. 5 hours, Riley Blake
Keep me
Fabrics.
company.
Now, there might be a slight change to the schedule in terms of, I think there's going to be a discussion anyway, to maybe move one of the brother hours earlier on so that it's 2 separate hours for the sewing machine. So you've got a nice variety tomorrow with extra wide backing fabrics, essential tools, kits and machines. So you've got everything coming up with Stuart. And also, I'm excited to see your bag in PU.
Oh,
You're going to
yes.
make that this afternoon in a PU.
Yes, so I think the kits you'll have. I think what we'll probably do is we'll put the other sewing machine in at 10. So we'll go 10 o'clock sewing machine, 11 o'clock kits you'll love, and then 12 o'clock sewing machine. But I'm going to have the VQ4 and the FS250 tomorrow.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you ever so much for today.
Oh, it's
Thank
been a
you.
pleasure. Thank you.
Stay tuned for more lovely crafting with Hobby Maker in a couple of minutes, but join us bright and early tomorrow morning with Stuart, where you'll have more amazing demos just like you've seen this morning. Well done everybody who's bought something. Keep going through for the quilt, and Hobby Maker are back after this. Bye.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern,